When troops of the Black Ink clan died, the black ink strength that escaped from their corpses would fill the void. When it reached a certain density, it would turn into black ink clouds. Such an environment caused great trouble to the human race. While the 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could hide in their warships and rely on them for protection, the 7th Order Masters had to roam around the battlefield to make the best use of their strength to kill the enemy. When the battlefield was filled with black ink strength, they had to utilize their own strength to resist its corrosive effects. The Black Ink clan could also hide among the black ink clouds to launch sneak attacks. This was the biggest effect of the cannon fodder. Their deaths not only created a lot of potential problems for the humans, but they also provided better conditions for the Black Ink clan army to fight in. However, now that Blue Sky Pass not only had purifying light but also purifying black ink pills, it was hard to say if the Black Ink clan cannon fodder strategy would work this time. Senior brother, your aim is off. You should target the denser crowds to kill more of the Black Ink clan, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master said on the western wall of Blue Sky Pass. In front of him, Xianxia sat within a grand array that had a giant crossbow-like artifact installed in it. His stirring world force began to calm down slowly. Xianxia did not need to participate at this point. After all, this was only the early stages of the battle, as each Black Ink clan siege would generally drag on for a long time. Additionally, he had only just returned from a battle with the Western Army and should be spending this time recuperating. A master like him would only be required when the real battle began. The Black Ink clan attacked Blue Sky Pass with cannon fodder to create a favorable battlefield, and the humans responded from behind Blue Sky Pass shields. Such a fight would last at least a month or two until the Black Ink clan's cannon fodder was exhausted. Only then would the main enemy force attack. At that time, it would be difficult for Blue Sky Pass shields alone to resist the assault. They would need to go out to meet the enemy directly on the battlefield. Then it would become a back-and-forth fight for years to decades until the Black Ink clan could not handle it anymore and retreated. However, considering his current artifact refining mastery, which had recently reached the Grandmaster rank, Zhongliang had positioned Xianxia at the western wall. Numerous artifacts, which were used as array cores, were set up here. When used in high-intensity battles, wear and tear became obvious. This would then require artifact refiners to maintain and repair them, while array masters had to be on standby to coordinate with them. Xianxia was now stationed on the western wall and was performing repairs on a large artifact known as a Scattering Feathers crossbow. This artifact was specially made for such a battlefield scenario and needed to be paired with an appropriate spirit array to fully utilize its strength. Of course, it was possible to use this giant artifact all on its own, but even a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Xianxia would find it hard to bring out its full power in a battlefield setting. Thus, it was not quite the same as the normal artifacts used by a cultivator. The Array Masters used this Scattering Feathers crossbow as an array core for a grand array that defended this section of the wall. Xianxia simply poured his own power into the grand array to stimulate the power of the Scattering Feathers crossbow. There were artifact refiners and array masters assigned to each section of Blue Sky Pass walls at regular intervals, all of them on standby to repair and maintain them. That was how each of the artifacts were kept functioning during battle. This arrangement had the advantage of allowing lower-order Open Heaven Realm Masters to exert the killing power of high-rank masters. In short, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could exert the power of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master if he operated the Scattering Feathers crossbows. This was the same principle as the artifacts placed on warships, where 5th Order and 6th Order humans could combine their might and launch attacks on par with 7th Order Masters against the Black Ink clan. Xianxia was a 7th Order Master and an extremely powerful one at that, but this was the first time he operated this artifact, so he had to get used to it, and the best way to do so was to fire it. With Xianxia operating it, the Scattering Feathers crossbow could launch an attack comparable in power to his Golden Crow casts the Sun, which was quite astonishing. The array master behind Xianxia was called Lu Xing. He knew who Xianxia was, but Xianxia did not know him. This wasn't a surprise though, as, by now, Xianxia was universally known throughout Blue Sky Pass. As an array master, Lu Xing had never been involved in a head-on clash with the Black Ink clan. Each time the Black Ink clan attacked, he was responsible for the maintenance of this section of the wall. Artifact refiners, alchemists, and array masters were never allowed on the battlefield because, not only were their skills extremely valuable, but they had often immersed themselves in their respective daos and were not proficient in fighting. Thus, they were not that useful in combat. Lu Xing was thrilled to learn that he would be working with the famous Yang Kai to maintain this section of the wall. He secretly told himself that he would do his utmost to assist senior brother Yang to kill as many of the Black Ink clansmen as possible. He observed that Yang Kai's attack had gone off the mark, and immediately gave his opinion. Yang Kai nodded lightly, and as Lu Xing suggested, he adjusted his aim down a bit, and then pushed his own power into the artifact. The grand array hummed, condensing power into the scattering feathers crossbow, causing it to shine brightly. Yang Kai did not rush to attack, wanting to test the limits of this weapon. As world force continued to pour into the grand array, the crossbow glowed brighter and brighter, and the energy arrow soon became as bright as the sun. Lu Xing turned pale as he said nervously, "Senior brother, hold back a little. The grand array is about to reach its limit." Yang Kai did not know that the grand array was about to reach its limit. However, he could tell that the scattering feathers crossbow was beginning to strain under the energy he channeled into it. It was not surprising that this would happen when a cultivator poured in too much world force. Furthermore, with the additive effects of the grand array, the power of the cultivator would be significantly enhanced. Yang Kai's divine sense locked onto the place where the Black Ink clan's cannon fodder had gathered in the largest number in front of him. And, as he was about to launch his attack, Yang Kai suddenly he had a bout of inspiration and he lifted his hand slightly. The array buzzed and the void shook. A dazzling light shot out, flying some 100,000 kilometers away. Lu Xing thought that Yang Kai had missed again, and this time it was even more outrageous than before. But when he looked up, he saw the stream of light had reached the rear of the approaching Black Ink clan army before exploding into thousands of rays of light, just like a peacock opening its tail from afar. Ha ha ha! Yang Kai laughed heartily. Lu Xing might not be able to see the effect of the strike due to his limited strength, but Yang Kai could see clearly the full effect of the scattering feathers crossbow. Not only did he manage to fire the weapon to the 100,000 kilometer mark, he managed to cause some casualties to the unsuspecting Black Ink clan army. At least 100 low-rank Black Ink clansmen were turned into dust by that attack and even more were injured. The scattering feathers crossbow was meant to be an area of effect weapon, and it suddenly struck the rear of the Black Ink clan army, which no one was prepared for. This artifact was more powerful than an ordinary full-powered attack from him, making it worthy of being an all-round weapon used for both offense and defense. With such artifacts, the human race didn't need to worry that the Great Pass would fall. However, such a move was only effective for the first strike and its effect was also limited. When repeatedly done, the Black Ink clan would be able to guard against it, not to mention the distance his attack had to travel to hit its target made it easier to dodge for those paying attention. Additionally, launching such powerful attacks would wear down the scattering feathers crossbow and damage it in no time. Yang Kai just wanted to test where the limits of this array artifact were. Dawning Light was also equipped with a scattering feathers crossbow, but he was always roaming around the battlefield to kill the enemies while the squad's 5th Order and 6th Order members were the ones who operated this artifact. With a plan in mind, Yang Kai once again poured in his power. Lu Xing watched with trepidation as Yang Kai began channeling his energy. However, he did not do anything unconventional this time. He aimed the weapon and attacked the tidal wave of Black Ink clan cannon fodder coming in front of him. One after another, giant bolts of light cleared an area of the void without stopping. Lu Xing was deeply impressed. He had seen people manipulate this artifact before, but they fired far less rapidly and with far less force than Yang Kai. He had finally seen for himself the reason why Yang Kai was so legendary. The high intensity of the fight lasted for 3 days and nights. The Black Ink clan cannon fodder seemed to be inexhaustible, so no matter how many were killed, more would show up. Furthermore, Black Ink cloud began to block his view. Yang Kai had stopped for a moment. The grand array formation and scattering feathers crossbow needed to cool down and be repaired. Additionally, he had expended his energy and required some time to restore it. The good thing was that there were many grand arrays and artifacts arranged on the walls. Thus, they could take turns to rest and conduct maintenance on some while others were still active. Thus, the intensity of the bombardment would not drop. After more than 20 days of fighting like this, the wave of cannon fodder finally came to an end. Almost all the cannon fodder that was put into the battlefield was dead. This was the standard tactic of the Black Ink clan. They had an endless supply of cannon fodder and could sacrifice them without any concerns. Creating a favorable battlefield with the death of some cannon fodder was well worth it. Furthermore, in the days to come, the Black Ink clan would continue to send a steady stream of troops against Blue Sky Pass, including a large number of cannon fodder which had been sent from the Black Ink clan's territory as reinforcements. Such attacks would continue throughout the duration of the war. In between, it would be time for Black Ink clan's main forces to enter the battlefield. The void was silent as Black Ink strength accumulated and Black Ink clouds enveloped Blue Sky Pass. The movement of the Black Ink clan army was not visible from 100,000 kilometers away anymore. From past experience, the humans knew that the main force of the Black Ink clan had begun to move, but they could not track them as they were still too far away. The human soldiers gathered to prepare for the impending attack. Before they encountered the Black Ink clan main force, they would continue to use the artifacts on the walls to launch harassing attacks. They were not just for eliminating the Black Ink clan cannon fodder, but also a strong weapon to fight the Black Ink clan main force. A sense of anticipation permeated the entire Blue Sky Pass. At the west gate, squads were assembled, and Dawn was among them. Xianxia had left his position on the wall days ago, leaving others to operate and maintain the scattering feathers crossbows. As they waited, they suddenly felt a wave of energy surging in from all directions and the whole Blue Sky Pass hummed loudly. Blasts of light from array artifacts were constantly sent out in all directions from the walls. The battle had begun. Large-scale army combat was not new to Xianxia. He was once involved in a Blue Sky Pass battle 100 years ago, and more recently at Inyang Pass. The key point was to work with one's own squad, as well as other squads, and try not to be surrounded by too many enemies. Fight and kill as many of the Black Ink clansmen while constantly remaining on the move and not charging out recklessly on your own. In terms of numbers alone, the humans were always at a disadvantage, but they could win by relying on their flexibility and their carefully designed warships. The foundation of the human race's ability to survive so long was that they knew how to advance and retreat when needed. This was the first attack by the main force of the Black Ink clan army, and the two sides engaged in a fierce melee in the 100,000-kilometer zone around Blue Sky Pass for half a month before respectively withdrawing. The Black Ink clan lost a lot of troops and retreated beyond the 100,000-kilometer mark to regroup, while the humans returned to the pass to rest and recover. The territory lords did not fight this time and only watched from afar. Likewise, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters did not participate. Each of these top masters had their own opponents, and if they rushed rashly into the battlefield, they would only give the enemy the opportunity to find an opening for a breakthrough. The two sides had fought for countless years and neither was stupid, which was why the previous ambush that killed 4 territory lords was a rare achievement for Blue Sky Pass. Throughout the void, 2 powerful wills were engaged in a heated confrontation. One from Blue Sky Pass and one hiding somewhere behind the Black Ink clan army. These 2 wills were from the Old Ancestor and the Royal Lord. The Royal Lord had naturally come to the battle. If he did not come, the Old Ancestor could act unconstrained and kill the territory lords at will. Thus, each time the Black Ink clan army surrounded the pass, the Royal Lord would sit at the back of the army and act to constrain the human Old Ancestor. These 2 were also old enemies who had fought each other numerous times, so they knew each other's methods very well. However, generally speaking, these 2 would not fight directly. Their respective presence only served as a deterrent. They only utilized their wills to confront one another while making their intent clear. If you dare to come out to the battlefield, there will be bloodshed. It was very rare that the 2 would actually engage in a bitter battle. At their cultivation realm, it was almost impossible that one could kill the other, so a battle would only result in both of them being severely injured. The higher one's cultivation, the more difficult it was for them to heal from injuries. Thus, they would rather sit back and face each other from afar. The first major attack on Blue Sky Pass did not have the desired effect. However, the Black Ink clan was not discouraged. They had learned of the resilience of the human race countless times. If it was really so easy to break through the human defenses, they would suspect that there would be some form of trap waiting for them. After recuperating for a while, the battle resumed. However, it was not as intense as the first battle. Only small groups of troops fought in minor skirmishes. After that, it was basically a small fight once every 5 days, then a big battle once a month. This gave the humans plenty of time to restore their strength. The squads who were not involved in the battles could rest and recuperate while holding their positions. Xianxia led Dawn out several times, participated in many battles with the Black Ink clan, and killed numerous enemies. 2 years later, the Black Ink strength and the Black Ink clouds outside of Blue Sky Pass began to diminish significantly. After all, no amount of Black Ink strength and Black Ink clouds could survive the clash of a large group of Open Heaven Realm Masters and powerful Black Ink clansmen. As usual, it would not take long for the Black Ink clan to send another large number of cannon fodder and reinforcements to repeat their previous actions. However, there would generally be a big clash before that happened. Blue Sky Pass had been waiting for this battle. Zhongliang, the overall commander of the operation, summoned all the leaders to the main conference hall. All the division commanders, battalion commanders, and even squad leaders were gathered on his orders. With everyone's attention on him, Zhongliang swept his gaze around as he spoke solemnly. In 3 to 5 days, or at the latest, half a month, the Black Ink clan will definitely launch a strong attack. We have waited for this battle at Blue Sky Pass for 2 years. This is the situation we painstakingly prepared for, and we must finish it in one decisive blow. Over the years, you must have heard many discussions that happened within the inner sanctum. Everything we've been arranging has been for this moment. If we win this battle, Blue Sky Pass will have 1,000 years of peace. It is incumbent on everyone to fight as hard as they can. Those who do not give their all, I will personally cut down. In this battle, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would handle the territory lords, while the battalion commanders and squad leaders would each provide support while clearing out the weaker opponents. Zhongliang straightened his back and declared, I expect everyone to follow my orders and not try to show off. Don't think that because you've killed 1 or 2 territory lords, they have suddenly become easy to kill. A group of people looked towards Xianxia. Xianxia awkwardly coughed. Why are you looking at me? He was standing among a group of squad leaders and wondered why Zhongliang specifically mentioned this and targeted him. A squad leader next to him chuckled lightly. Who else in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, besides you, has killed a territory lord? Xianxia muttered. I didn't intend to. There were circumstances, mixed with some opportunities that I just happened to grasp. Zhongliang glared at him from above. What did you say? Louder. My hearing is impaired. I can't hear clearly. Xianxia braced himself and said loudly, Army Commander, I would like to ask, how can you be sure that the territory lords will act this time? For the past 2 years, they have been content to sit back and watch. Zhongliang growled. It's exactly because they haven't done anything for the last 2 years that they are definitely going to fight this time. The Royal Lord sits as their absolute commander. Now that the Black Ink clan losses are significant, it is even more important for these territory lords to enter the battlefield, even if it is just for appearances. Otherwise, why would they even be here? For sightseeing. Junior understands. Xianxia responded loudly. Shut up if you understand. Zhongliang reached out and pointed at him. If I find out later that you jumped out to try to block a territory lord, I'll make sure you get the punishment you deserve. Xianxia nodded obediently and shouted, Junior will obey your orders. Zhongliang was satisfied with Xianxia's response. He then raised a hand and rays of light shot out from it. 1 ray was sent to each squad leader and battalion commander. Each of you familiarize yourselves with these and make your preparations. But remember that the situation on the battlefield can change rapidly. Do not force yourselves if you can't do it. Even if you can't use this time, there will be a next time as long as you survive, understand? Yes. Everyone answered loudly and immediately dispersed to their respective homes. Zhongliang distributed 2 items to the 7th Order leaders, a jade slip and a jade pendant. The jade slip was clearly marked with a location outside of Blue Sky Pass, while the jade pendant was a control jade. This was Blue Sky Pass special surprise for the Black Ink clan army. Zhongliang was right when he said that if this operation was successful, Blue Sky Pass would not see a big war for the next 1,000 years. Thus, everyone took it very seriously. It took Yang Kai only 2 days to refine the control jade. Obviously, the other squad leaders and battalion commanders were not too far behind. Everything was ready for the Black Ink clan army to attack. The wait was torturous, but the situation was just as Zhongliang had anticipated. 10 days later, the Black Ink clan came out in force, and this time, the territory lords, who had been watching for more than 2 years now, finally joined the battle. They could not help it. In the 2 years of fighting, the Black Ink clan army suffered a lot of losses. The royal lord was still their commander, and the territory lords could not continue to loiter in the rear. Even though they knew that they could not take down Blue Sky Pass with their current force, they still had to put in the effort to gain something from this. Naturally, they held no expectation to take Blue Sky Pass in this battle. They only aimed to inflict more damage to the humans. While the follow-up Black Ink clan reinforcements were on the way, it would not take long for their fallen troops to be replenished. Afterwards, they could continue to chip away at the humans' defenses and wear down their strength. The fighting was fierce and intense. However, this time the battle was obviously different than before. Previously, the squads of the Western Army did not have a fixed position on the battlefield and basically roamed around freely within a certain range. They would proceed to wherever there were more Black Ink clansmen to kill. This time was different though. On close observation, one could see that a squad was fixed in a certain area of the battlefield. They would not move out of their assigned region as they fought against the Black Ink clan army. Not only the squads, but also the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters began to lure their opponents to specific areas. Yang Kai led Dawn to cut through the battlefield, using the Tao of Space to imprison the void and encircle a large area of space. In this area, there were at least 3,000 to 4,000 Black Ink clansmen, with the bulk of them being high-rank clansmen together with a number of feudal lords. These 3,000 to 4,000 Black Ink clansmen were much more experienced and stronger than the initial Black Ink clan cannon fodder. This was natural. After all, the cannon fodder was all dead, and after more than 2 years of fighting, the number of low-rank Black Ink clansmen had decreased drastically. Yang Kai was not satisfied and pushed his space principles to the limit, encircling more and more Black Ink clansmen. Dawn's strength and domineering attitude finally caught the attention of the surrounding Black Ink clansmen, who were going towards them. There were many similar squads who operated like Dawn, but each had their own way of doing things. Each squad had a large number of Black Ink clansmen gathered around them. The situation was going well, but a few people had some comments. "Brother Yang, why are you snatching so many?" The leader of a nearby squad suddenly sent a message via divine sense, sounding annoyed. This could not be helped. There was a group of Black Ink clan that was heading for his squad, but they were trapped by Yang Kai's space principles and immediately drawn towards Dawn. Yang Kai smiled back and said, "Dawn has more people, so we have to kill more." The squad leader was dumbfounded. "These are just small fry. Brother Yang. Even if you want to eat the meat, at least share some soup." Yang Kai ignored the request and did not even respond to his request. The squad leader yelled furiously, "You scoundrel! How can you be so selfish?" The lights on Dawning Light flashed wildly. Even though the team members used the warship to dodge flexibly, there was no way to avoid all the attacks of thousands of Black Ink clansmen. With so many secret techniques hitting Dawning Light's shields, they faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Miao Fei Ping reported nervously, "Martial Uncle, the protective array won't last much longer." There were too many Black Ink clansmen around Dawning Light, including many attacking feudal lords. Although Dawning Light's performance was excellent, it could not withstand the intense bombardment of so many enemies. Miao Fei Ping began to sweat as the Black Ink clansmen closed in. "Ezoic, how much longer can it last?" Yang Kai asked. Miao Fei Ping immediately replied, 10 breaths at most. After 10 breaths, the protective array would be broken, and Dawning Light would have no protection at all. His more than 30 squad members would be exposed to the Black Ink clan's attacks, and it was difficult to say if they could survive such an onslaught. Ezoic understood. Yang Kai replied, and instead of expanding the battle further, he quietly fished out the control jade. silently pushing his power in preparation to activate it. Xianxia was not the only one who did this. All the other squad leaders did the same. Above the battlefield, the royal lord hid in a black ink cloud and looked down from above. As a royal lord, his senses were extremely sharp. He could sense that the human's behavior was a bit unusual. The other black ink clansmen may not have noticed it since they were too focused on their own fights, but he did. After all, he had an overview of the whole situation. The human squads seemed to be splitting the battlefield. Since the beginning of the battle, the humans avoided moving around and did not seem eager to kill the enemy. This was very different from previous battles. Ezoic? The humans must be up to something. The royal lord had a bad feeling about the situation and felt that the humans had some kind of scheme. Every black ink clansman had experienced how sly and cunning these humans were at some point in time. He was not worried about himself. Before absolute power, all plots and schemes were futile. However, he could not act at will. The aura of the old ghost from Blue Sky Pass was locked on him. If he struck out, he might show an opening and would be hit hard by that old ghost. At their realm, it would be a huge problem if that happened. Therefore, he could not give the human old ancestor this opportunity. Still, what are the humans up to? The answer would soon be revealed. Just as Dawning Light's shields were about to fail, a divine sense transmission in the battlefield exploded in the ears of every human. Now! Ezoic, it was Zhong Liang's voice. Xianxia, who had been prepared for this, did not hesitate. He pushed the power of the jade in his hand, and it shone with a profound light. The light shot into empty space and dissipated. However, immediately afterwards, a huge black hole suddenly appeared and rapidly expanded. In that area, whether it was Dawn or the Black Ink clansmen, none of them had time to react. The black hole enveloped the surrounding area, and although the Black Ink clan noticed something bad was happening and wanted to get away, they could not overcome the powerful suction force. The black hole expanded to its limits in just 3 breaths of time. Then, as quickly as it appeared, it collapsed in on itself and disappeared. Ezoic also disappearing was Dawn's squad and the 3,000 or 4,000 Black Ink clansmen nearby. This not only happened to Dawn, but to every human squad on the entire battlefield outside Blue Sky Pass. Such scenes repeated one after another. Black holes appeared rapidly, expanded, and then disappeared with all the nearby humans and Black Ink clansmen. As soon as these black holes appeared, the royal lord knew exactly why he felt so uneasy. The humans actually laid a large number of traps outside Blue Sky Pass. The origin of these traps was the universe paradises and the universe cave heavens left behind after the death of the humans' open heaven realm masters over the years. The universe paradises and universe cave heavens expanded into huge black holes when they were suddenly opened, and perhaps because of spirit arrays, they collapsed back and sucked in all the nearby humans and Black Ink clansmen. Ezoic, the royal lord, could never have imagined that something left behind by a dead person could still have such an effect. The Black Ink clan had never encountered such a tactic before, so it was certain that this was something new that the humans set up in the last 100 years. But if the humans could do something like this, why hadn't they done so before? Why wait until now? The royal lord could not figure it out. He only knew that he could still not act right now, even though the losses were most likely going to be catastrophic. With his strength, he was capable of stopping this. From the appearance of the huge black holes to their disappearances, a few breaths of time would pass. Those who were caught were powerless to resist, but the royal lord could have saved them. However, he did not dare to do so. After all, the human old ancestor was intensely focused on him, like a predator that could lash out at any moment and deal him a fatal blow. Thus, he could only watch as the army under his command was devoured, one by the numerous black holes. Humph! In the inner sanctum, the old ancestor snorted in displeasure. The royal lord was truly tolerant. He would rather watch the Black Ink clan army suffer than risk his safety. However, the overall situation had been decided. Blue Sky Pass would definitely usher in a long period of peace, and in the meantime, the Black Ink clan could only cower in a corner. The original battlefield suddenly became empty after the sudden appearance and collapse of the black holes. There were some lucky Black Ink clansmen who did not get caught, of course, but they were left confused and disoriented. not sure what to do now. Ezoic without waiting for them to figure it out. Powerful secret techniques and artifacts shelled them from the four walls, causing them to scurry for cover. Dawning light quietly hovered in the air, while the thousands of black ink clansmen that were gathered up by Yang Kai's space principles had disappeared. However, Yang Kai knew that all those black ink clan troops were in the sealed world, just scattered about. All Dawn needed to do was to find them and kill them one by one. Is this a universe cave heaven? Feng Ying looked around and began to ponder. Yang Kai nodded lightly. It's a universe cave heaven. I don't know which senior left it. Feng Ying understood. The 100-year plan is finally being used, huh? Is this what you guys were gathering for? The content of that gathering held by Zhongliang was not revealed to Feng Ying and the others. The existence of such an important plan involving the piece of blue sky pass for the next 1,000 years had to be kept a tight secret. Feng Ying certainly understood this. Nonetheless, the existence of these traps was well known. After all, the inner sanctum had spent 100 years and a lot of resources creating them. Every universe cave heaven and universe paradise that could be used had a large number of spirit arrays arranged inside. Even then, it was still impossible to suck in all the black ink clansmen on the battlefield. Not only that, but each universe cave heaven and universe paradise also had a spirit array at its entrance, which would send the black ink clansmen being pulled into random locations. In other words, besides Dawn, which remained together, the black ink clan that were brought in were scattered all over the place. Not only here, but also in the other universe paradises and universe cave heavens. Thus, this gave the human squads the opportunity to kill them off one by one. Ezoic, after being pulled into such a space, the black ink clansman's fate was already sealed. It was time to hunt. Yang Kai pushed his power into the jade in his hand. With the power of the control jade, he looked in a certain direction and said, "There are many black ink clansmen gathering over there." Upon hearing this, the team member in charge of Dawning Light immediately made a slight adjustment to their heading and sailed the ship in the direction Yang Kai had indicated. Although the black ink clansmen were randomly distributed within this universe cave heaven, there would always be some that were lucky enough to quickly gather together. This was also because Yang Kai had rounded up some 4,000 black ink clansmen this time. Right now, there were several dozens of black ink clansmen gathered together in the spot Yang Kai pointed out. They were naturally confused when they suddenly appeared in such a strange place and could not understand what had happened. One feudal lord vaguely guessed that this place should be a small universe that was left behind when an open heaven realm human died in the past. He was thinking that no matter what had happened, he should gather more of his clansmen first. Only if he gathered enough power would he have a chance to break out of the humans' plot. At that moment, he suddenly felt something and turned his head to look in a certain direction. To his horror, he saw a human warship speeding towards them. The feudal lord was shocked as he yelled, "It's that human squad!" Ezoic on the battlefield, battles were mostly dominated by human warships. Now that both humans and their warship had been sucked into this place, it spelled their doom. Hundreds of black ink clansmen on the battlefield would find it hard to defeat a human warship, so now there were only a trivial few dozen of them. They would certainly be like appetizers served up on a platter. The feudal lord was quick to understand what was going to happen, so as soon as he saw Dawning Light, he immediately fled in the opposite direction. But how could he escape? Dawning Light's speed had been pushed to the limit in order to ruthlessly kill all the nearby black ink clansmen as soon as possible. Before the warship even arrived, powerful attacks were launched and the black ink clansmen fell in droves. The feudal lord was still running wildly when he suddenly felt a figure flash by his side. He turned his head to look and saw a human youth looking at him with a smile, who then said, "Die early and you'll be reborn early. Why struggle so much?" As he spoke, the youth summoned a long spear into his hand and with a simple thrust, it swept towards him. The feudal lord was frightened to death and wanted to resist, but no matter what he did, he could not avoid the spear tip as it seemed to seal off the space around him as it approached. The huge figure exploded mid-air into a bloody black mist. Yang Kai then dashed back and pointed in another direction. That way! With the control jade in his hand, the black ink clansmen hiding in the universe cave heaven were like fireflies in the dark night, unable to hide from his detection regardless of how much they tried. Ezoic Dawn swiftly hunted down and killed the scattered enemies, meeting little to no resistance. If the 4,000 Black Ink clansmen that were swept into this place could gather together, it would be difficult for the Dawning Light to deal with them. However, now that these Black Ink clansmen were scattered, even if some managed to regroup, there were not many of them. Thus, it was difficult for them to resist Dawn's assault. One by one, the Black Ink clan fell, with Dawning Light almost never stopping, simply killing as it flew around. This universe cave heaven was not small in area, but it only took Dawn an hour to ruthlessly slaughter all the Black Ink clansmen that were rounded up by Xianxia. During this time, the auxiliary killing and trapping arrays that Blue Sky Pass had set up in advance in this universe cave heaven were not even used. Otherwise, it could have been even easier. After using the power of the Control Jade to search the entire universe cave heaven and ensure that there were no more Black Ink clansmen left, Xianxia opened up the portal and led Dawn out. Ezoic after leaving the universe cave heaven. The members of Dawn looked around and saw that the entire battlefield was empty and silent. In fact, except for their squad, no one else was around. This situation was to be expected though. Although the traps had been triggered, there would always be some enemies that got away. However, the walls and offensive artifacts were not for show and the remaining Black Ink clansmen were too few to meaningfully attack Blue Sky Pass. If they stayed on the battlefield, they would become nothing more than target practice. Thus, the only option for them was to escape. Ezoic Dawn was very fast in eliminating those that were sucked into the black hole with them. The other squads were still in the midst of killing their enemies, so they were not out yet. Xianxia quickly took over the control of Dawning Light and sailed it in a certain direction. They soon came to a spot in the void, and after a brief survey, he waved his hand and manipulated space principles. Ripples passed through the void and a portal emerged before he drove Dawning Light through it. This was a universe paradise where a 15-man squad from the Western Army's 4th Division, Sky Battalion, was hunting the Black Ink clansmen caught up in this place. The squad leader was not as bold as Xianxia, and it was impossible for the number of Black Ink clansmen sucked into this place to be anywhere close to the 4,000 Dawn had faced. After all, the more Black Ink clansmen that were sucked in, the more pressure they would be under. Thus, the number of Black Ink clansmen sucked in was trivial, probably less than 1,000 in total. Ezoic, the Black Ink clansmen were scattered all over the universe paradise though, and the 15-man squad were able to hunt with their warship, so there was no risk. After more than an hour of hunting, about half of their targets had been killed, and now this squad was about to face a tough fight. The size of a universe paradise was naturally no match for a universe cave heaven. So, although only about 1,000 Black Ink clansmen were sucked in, these enemies were still somewhat tricky to wipe out. They were scattered not far from each other, and within an hour, more than 200 of them had gathered in one place, including 3 feudal lords. Ezoic among the 15-man squad, there were 2 7th Order masters while the rest were in the 5th and 6th Order. With their warship's abilities, it was not impossible for them to take on these 200 Black Ink clansmen, but there would certainly be some risk. After all, in order to ensure that the plan worked, each squad warship had suffered varying degrees of bombardment before the trap was sprung, and its protective array had been damaged already. Thus, the squad leader of the squad chose a more cautious approach to battle, which allowed these 200 Black Ink clansmen to rally together and pursue them. Nonetheless, in the direction the squad was heading, there was a grand array set up by Blue Sky Pass, and with the power of the grand array, it would be much easier to eliminate these 200 Black Ink clansmen. In fact, each universe cave heaven and universe paradise had several grand arrays arranged for this exact purpose. Ezoic Dawn was extremely powerful, and had numerous 7th Order open heaven realm masters, so it didn't need to rely on spirit arrays when it hunted down their targets. However, not every squad was as lucky as Dawn, and not every warship was a match for Dawning Light. As the grand array got closer and closer, and the pursuing Black Ink clansmen were about to fall into the trap, a blinding light suddenly shone from up ahead. The squad leader was shocked and thought that they were under attack, but when he stared forward, he saw another warship. It was a warship that was very different from the usual warships. Instantly, the squad leader reacted and cursed, "Damn thieves! Did they come here to compete for kills?" Ezoic the next instant, a violent energy wave burst from behind them, and the Black Ink clansmen, who were chasing after them, screamed in agony. "It's Dawn!" Some members of the squad reacted, Dawning Light was incredibly easy to identify, being much bigger and more powerful than standard squad warships. It was a warship envied by many. It must have cost an enormous amount of military merits to build. Squad leader, what do we do? Someone asked. The corners of the 7th Order squad leader's brow twitched as he growled through gritted teeth. Turn us around. Attack. A short while later, the dust settled. The two squads were gathered in one place, and the two warships were hovering side by side in mid-air, with a sea of bodies and blood below them. The squad leader looked at Xianxia helplessly as he protested. Brother Yang, you're too greedy. Never mind that you had snatched our prey on the battlefield. Now you even came over here to rob us of our kills? Can't you leave some soup for us? Xianxia replied with annoyance. Senior brother, Dawn came to help you kill the enemy. But not only is senior brother unappreciative, you're even complaining now? The squad leader was annoyed, but he did not know what to say in response. Although they could have killed their enemies without Dawn's help, it would not have been easy, but after receiving their assistance, they did not even thank them and instead criticized Dawn. Ezoic, the squad leader, continued, Brother Yang, why have you all come here? Have you finished killing the Black Ink clansmen on your end? Xianxia said with a smile, We disposed of that trash long ago. As for why we came here, all the portals of the universe paradises and universe cave heavens were found and opened by me, so I can enter them wherever I want. I forgot about that. The squad leader slapped his forehead. The entire planned Blue Sky Pass set up over the last century was only possible because of Xianxia. Thus, he knew all the positions of all the hidden universe cave heavens and universe paradises. Xianxia asked, Senior brother, how many Black Ink clansmen are there in this space? Let's cooperate to kill them. The squad leader waved his hand and replied, There are not many left, just a couple of stray dogs. I don't need Brother Yang's help. I saw a few squads that drew in a significant number of enemies though. Perhaps they are in a bitter fight for their lives. They are the ones who need a team like Dawn to back them up. Xianxia looked at him with a smile and nodded. If that's the case, then I'll leave you to it. Good hunting. The squad leader hastily cupped his fist. After seeing Dawn leave, the squad leader sighed. We're both in the 7th Order, but the difference is too great. He had witnessed Xianxia cut down a feudal lord with only a few moves. It was impossible for him to do the same, so he could not help but feel inferior. He was determined that after this battle, he would enter retreat and intensely cultivate. He knew that he could not reach Xianxia's level of strength, but he should at least try not to fall too far behind. Ezoic, a member of his squad, asked, Squad leader, there should be a lot more Black Ink clansmen out there, right? Dawn is so powerful, why didn't you let them help us kill the enemy? Squad leader glared at him and replied angrily, If I did that, what would be the point of us being here? To pick up the crumbs they left behind. Relying on his mastery over the Tao of space, Xianxia was able to easily find the hidden portals on the battlefield. After all, he opened them all by himself and knew the century-old layout of Blue Sky Pass. However, not one team welcomed them, and they would often politely ask him to leave after an initial battle. Aboard Dawning Light, Miao Fei Ping was scratching his head as he asked, Martial Uncle, why are we being treated like pariahs? No one welcomes us. Chi Tai Chu slapped him on the back of his head. You brat! Do you have to ask such an obvious question? Xianxia said with a grin. Of course no one likes us robbing their military merits. The way the inner sanctum set up the traps ensures that all squads are able to handle the enemies that they sucked in. It does not matter if we help them or not. This is different from the previous battles and is a good opportunity for each squad to harvest military merits. Thus, they naturally don't want other squads to intervene. They also don't want people to think that they are not strong enough and be ridiculed for nothing. Miao Fei Ping suddenly realized and then asked, So, do we continue? Of course we do. Xianxia nodded. We are not robbing military merits. We are just inspecting the battlefield. If they don't need our help, we will withdraw and go elsewhere. If they need our help, they will ask for it. Fei Ping, you have to remember that in this Black Ink battlefield, every battle-hardened soldier has their own pride. They can be ungrateful, but we can't just stand by and not help. Ezoic Miao Fei Ping nodded and replied, Junior understands. As he was talking, Yang Kai suddenly looked in a direction where there seemed to be an abnormal space principle fluctuation. He immediately pushed dawning light in that direction and soon arrived at a certain spot. He focused his eyes, only to see that the void in front of him was like a mirror with a crack in it. From the crack, there was actually the aura of a world flowing out. He reached out towards the crack and manipulated space principles, penetrating the world barrier to explore the details inside. Moments later, his expression changed, and he shouted, Brother Shun, stay here. If any Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master appears, ask him to come here immediately to blockade this place. Everyone else, follow me inside. Shineo nodded and left dawning light to stand quietly in the void. Feng Ying asked hastily, What is it? Yang Kai opened the portal carefully using space principles, and said through gritted teeth, There's a big fish inside. Everyone in Dawn looked astonished. The big fish that Yang Kai mentioned must be a territory lord. They never expected that there would be a territory lord inside. Blue Sky Pass had been arranging these traps for 100 years with the Great Pass at the center, splitting the battlefield into two distinct regions, the Inner Circle and Outer Circle. In the Inner Circle, there were Universe Paradises and Universe Cave Heavens which required one squad each to take control over. Furthermore, the control jades were used to pull only a certain number of Black Ink clansmen inside to be hunted. Ezoic at the Inner Circle, there shouldn't have been any territory lords, so the safety of the squads could be assured. The Outer Circle of the battlefield was meant for Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Territory Lords. There were Universe Cave Heavens specially prepared for Territory Lords there as well, and the inside was arranged with very powerful spirit arrays that would be enough to threaten these enemy masters. No one had expected that a Territory Lord would slip into the Inner Circle. Yang Kai did not know which squad was so unlucky as to encounter this Territory Lord, but it was obvious they were not in a good situation. As they spoke, the portal was opened and dawning light entered like a streak of light. Yang Kai closed the portal again with a wave of his hand, but the cracks in the world barrier could not be smoothed out no matter what. In fact, the cracks were continuing to increase in size, a sign that the Universe Paradise would not hold up for long. As dawning light appeared in this Universe Paradise, it immediately became like a leaf in a violent storm under the violent surges of energy. The thick black ink strength rushed around them and the protective barrier began to flash wildly. Yang Kai stood at the bow of the ship and looked up, only to see a ragged warship in front of him fleeing in their direction. A huge black ink cloud was chasing after the failing warship and it was rapidly closing in. The whole Universe Paradise was filled with a strong sense of foreboding. Inside the black ink cloud was a particularly fierce aura. It was obviously a territory lord and hundreds of black ink clansmen, including many feudal lords. A black ink clan's secret technique blasted out from the cloud, hitting the fleeing warship in front of Dawn, causing great damage. Dawning light arrived just in time to witness the territory lord attack. A huge palm emerged from the black ink cloud and tried to grab the fleeing warship. On the warship, the human cultivators struggled to counterattack, but with little effect. The difference in strength was so great that they were helpless to repel the territory lord's attack. Seeing that the big dark hand was about to grab the warship, a Seventh Order Open Heaven standing at the stern of the warship suddenly roared, "Rise!" As he roared, a grand array was activated, and in an instant, it wrapped around the pursuing black ink clansmen. The warship did not stop, but ran straight towards the portal. The grand array could not trap a territory lord for long, but it might be enough to delay him long enough for the squad to escape this universe paradise. Then, they saw dawning light rapidly approaching. Feng Ying shouted, "Junior Brother Zhou," the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who had just activated the spirit array, looked at them and exclaimed in surprise, "Senior Sister Feng, what are you doing here?" Feng Ying said, "Junior Brother Yang noticed something unusual here, so he brought us here to have a look. Why is there a territory lord here?" The junior brother Zhou looked annoyed as he replied. He was hiding in the Black Ink clan army, concealing his aura. Clearly, he had some ill intentions. He was caught unaware, and pulled into this place before realizing what was happening. Which territory lord is he? Yang Kai asked. The junior brother Zhou replied, if I'm not mistaken, he should be Zhou Xing. Regardless of which great past theater they were in, Eighth Order masters and territory lords were rare, with there generally being several dozen on each side. The number of territory lords was always higher, but not by a wide margin. The two races had been fighting each other for so many years, so the identities and characteristics of the top masters had been exposed a long time ago. Thus, the humans had some knowledge of all the territory lords they faced. Yang Kai silently recalled all the information the Inner Sanctum had published on the Blue Sky Theater territory lords. Among all of them, Zhou Xing's strength was not the strongest. He was at most ranked in the middle somewhere, much worse than He Yuan, for example. This time, he hid in the Black Ink clan army, disguised as a feudal lord, obviously with malicious intentions, but ended up being trapped here by this squad. It was yet to be determined if it was his bad luck or the squad's misfortunes. How much time do we have? Yang Kai asked. Brother Yang, you know that the spirit arrays arranged in this universe paradise were not designed to deal with territory lords, not to mention that Zhou Xing has many helpers with him. The grand array will be broken in a dozen breaths at most, reported junior brother Zhou. Are there any other grand arrays available? No, junior brother Zhou shook his head. We've used up all 3 spirit arrays. If not for those 3, I'm afraid none of us would have survived till now. Brother Yang, we need to go. Once Zhou Xing breaks free, it will be too late for us to escape. Yang Kai looked ahead and said firmly. When we came in, there were no Eighth Order masters available outside, so they must all still be fighting with the other territory lords. If we leave now, Zhou Xing will surely follow us, and there will be no one to tie him down once we get outside. Junior brother Zhou asked, what does brother Yang intend to do? Yang Kai said as he summoned the Azure Dragon Spear. Hold him back. Soon, there will be an Eighth Order master available. Even if he ultimately manages to break free from here, there will be someone outside to take care of him. Junior brother Zhou did not hesitate and immediately agreed. Good. We'll do as brother Yang suggests. He also knew that Yang Kai was powerful and Dawn's squad was very strong. His squad alone had no chance to win against a territory lord, but together with Dawn, though they might not be able to kill such a master, holding him down should not be too much of an issue. As they discussed, the grand array began to crack. Yang Kai shouted, leave Zhou Xing to me and take care of yourselves. There's no need to kill all of them. Just delay them as long as you can. Immediately after, he lunged straight towards the enemy. The grand array shattered, and Zhou Xing roared angrily from within the black ink cloud. He was furious that a trivial human squad tried to toy with him with these few spirit arrays. The impudence! He resolved to kill these humans ruthlessly in order to soothe the rage within him. Since the humans now had purifying black ink pills, Zhou Xing knew that he could not corrupt them with black ink strength. Thus, he could only kill them. However, just as he was about to act, a dazzling light rushed towards him. Zhou Xing looked up and was momentarily bewildered. He began to wonder how this universe paradise suddenly had a small round sundae. Above the sun was a 3-legged bird squawking away. The small sun was even traveling towards him at a high speed. Behind the small sun, there seemed to be a figure that glowed with a dazzling light. Suddenly, he realized that it was not the sun, but some secret technique cast by a human. Even a territory lord as strong as Zhou Xing could feel the threat posed by this secret technique and knew he would suffer if he took it head-on without defending himself. Therefore, Zhou Xing raised his hands and the dense black ink clouds gathered to form a barrier to block the direction where the small sun was coming from. Violent sounds erupted as rampaging energy waves swept over Zhou Xing's body. The black ink cloud thinned noticeably under the blazing energy that was hot enough to incinerate everything in its path. However, he was a territory lord, so although Yang Kai's golden crow casts the sun was powerful, it could not harm the former in any way. On the other hand, the black ink clansmen around Zhou Xing died immediately. Before Zhou Xing could compose himself, a curtain of spear shadows enveloped him, causing black blood to splash out and drawing a roar from Zhou Xing's lips. The black ink clansmen were instantly thrown into confusion. Under the leadership of Zhou Xing, They had continued to chase down the human warship until they had nowhere else to run. So how could they now turn around to attack them? However, moments later, the territory lord saw what was happening. Originally, there was only one warship, but now there were two. Apparently, reinforcements had arrived. Moreover, the warship that arrived was significantly larger and more powerful. The Black Ink Clansmen, in spite of suffering many casualties in the initial attack, remained undaunted. Led by several feudal lords, they used their secret techniques to counterattack, forcing the two warships to weave and dodge. Both the warship of Junior Brother Zhou and Dawning Light were damaged in the previous battle, particularly their shields, which had been seriously drained. Thus, they were focused on not being hit again. This gave the Black Ink Clansmen a respite as hundreds of them, led by the feudal lords, began to bombard the warships relentlessly. The two warships were forced to constantly maneuver around, reducing the intensity of their attacks greatly. On the other hand, Zhou Xing took hundreds of wounds to his body in a very short time. He tried to dodge the attacks but was unable to do so effectively. He was being attacked by Yang Kai's supreme limitless spear art enhanced by his space principles, so dodging at such close range was all but futile. The pain caused Zhou Xing to become increasingly furious, and he responded ruthlessly. Since he could not dodge, he gave up trying and attacked instead. In his fury, he threw a punch forward with all his strength. He wanted to trade wound for wound. He could sense that the human attacking him was only a seventh-order master, and since he was a territory lord, if he traded wounds with his opponent, he would eventually come out on top. His punch was very effective, as the seventh-order human was blown far away, coughing up blood in midair. Zhou Xing continued with another punch to deliver another painful blow to his attacker. The other party's body suddenly flickered, then disappeared. Zhou Xing's punch hit nothing but air, causing him to be thrown off balance. Just as he was wondering where his target went, he felt a murderous intent coming from his side. Turning his head to look, the seventh-order master who had disappeared moments ago appeared right next to him somehow. The human spear was thrust out sharply with a small round sun at its tip. Zhou Xing was taken aback but swiftly responded by throwing out his fist. The small sun was annihilated, but Zhou Xing was also forced backwards. His fist scorched as he grimaced painfully. Although he was injured, his enemy was in a far worse state, spewing more fresh blood as he flew backwards for a second time. The difference in their raw strength could not be compensated for by bravery and persistence alone. Yang Kai had killed a territory lord previously. However, he managed to kill Zhu Feng only because Bai Yi joined forces with him. Both he and Bai Yi were seriously injured in that battle though, despite Zhu Feng having been seriously wounded from the start. Even back in Mu Guang's royal domain, Yang Kai was only able to chase after He Yuan and fight with him because the latter's soul was badly injured. Although Zhou Xing was not as strong as He Yuan or even Zhu Feng, he was currently at full strength. Thus, Yang Kai's current might was insufficient to kill him. The good thing was that he only needed to stall for time and not really fight Zhou Xing to the death. A few injuries were not a big deal as long as they did not damage his foundation. Focusing, Yang Kai kept up his attacks and fought back and forth with Zhou Xing. Of course, he was frequently on the receiving end, but with his space principles it was impossible for Zhou Xing to kill him with a single blow. Time passed slowly. Half an hour later, only one of the two warships was left. Junior Brother Zhou's warship was badly damaged from the start, and now that it was being attacked by hundreds of Black Ink Clansmen, after taking several hits, it finally could not hold on and burst apart. Before the warship was destroyed, all the squad members transferred over to Dawning Light, relying on Feng Ying and the others to cover them during the evacuation. Thankfully, there were no casualties. The two squads converged on Dawning Light, but their overall strength did not increase. The reason was that all the artifacts and arrays on Dawning Light were being actively used by their regular personnel. The additional hands allowed them to rotate more frequently to rest, but did not enhance the instantaneous lethality of Dawning Light. Now, the whole Universe Paradise's situation was not looking good. This Universe Paradise was left behind after the death of a seventh-order human master. So although it had become an independent sealed world now, it had its limits. Before Dawn entered, There were already cracks in the world barrier of this universe paradise caused by the fallout of Zhou Xing's attacks. It was because of those cracks that Yang Kai could peek inside and detect that there was a territory lord within. That led to Yang Kai deciding to enter with Dawn to render aid. Now that Yang Kai and Zhou Xing were engaged in a fierce battle, the violent energy surges caused the entire universe paradise to become increasingly unstable. Little cracks could be seen all over, and this universe paradise would collapse soon. If they remained within the universe paradise when it collapsed, then it was very likely that they would be pulled into the void. When that happened, there was no telling where they would end up. It was with this in mind that the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had to be sent into the universe cave heavens, which were more stable. This way, the Eighth Order Division Commanders and Territory Lords could fight for a longer time without worries. If they were in universe paradises, they would collapse not long after they started fighting. This universe paradise was facing the risk of collapsing at any moment. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space and was not afraid of the impending collapse. Even if he was really sent to the void, he would be able to find his way back fairly easily. There was even a chance that he could exile Zhou Xing to the void and simply leave him trapped there to die alone. However, there were still 2 squads here, so he couldn't do that. Thus, after a few more exchanges with Zhou Xing, Yang Kai immediately dashed towards Dawning Light while using the divine sense to send a message, "Go! Now!" After such a long delay, the situation outside should have been settled. Thus, there should be a few Eighth Order Open Heaven Masters available. Dawning Light had taken up position near the portal, so when Yang Kai's order came, Junior Brother Zhou immediately took out his control jade and shot a light into the sky. The portal opened and Dawning Light sped out, followed closely behind by Yang Kai. The hundreds of Black Ink clansmen who were following Dawning Light saw this and followed after, with Zhou Xing being the last to leave before the portal closed again. However, before Zhou Xing could stabilize himself, a bright light came down on him, instantly destroying all his defenses and inflicting a huge wound on his body. Zhou Xing roared in pain and anger, turning his head to look at who had attacked him, only for his eyes to shrink as he shouted, "Zhong Liang!" Not only was Zhong Liang there, but also Ding Yao and Liang Yulong. The 3 of them surrounded him in a triangle. Zhou Xing's heart sank into the abyss as he knew there was no escape for him. When the human squads took action, these 8 Order Masters used their own control jades to pull a territory lord into their respective universe cave heavens. Even though their strength was greater than the Black Ink clan territory lords, it was impossible to kill their opponents so quickly in a fair fight. Those spirit arrays all cost an enormous amount of resources and were arranged by the array Great Grandmasters. So any territory lord who fell into them would see their strength suppressed. With their superior strength, geographical advantage, and the assistance of several spirit arrays, it was not surprising that Zhong Liang and the others killed their opponents in short order. The 3 of them had just emerged from their respective universe cave heavens when they were informed by Shin Ao of what had happened. The only reason they didn't force their way in was they weren't certain what kind of repercussions that would cause for those inside the universe paradise. When Dawning Light and Yang Kai appeared, followed by hundreds of Black Ink clansmen, the 3 army commanders swiftly slaughtered the mixed fish before turning their attention to Zhou Xing. The strength of this territory lord was considered average at best, so how could Zhou Xing be a match for the 3 army commanders? Zhong Liang and the other 2 of them did not even utter a word before using their respective secret techniques to attack Zhou Xing from all sides. Not far away, Yang Kai and others watched from afar aboard Dawning Light. Not only them, but many other squads, who had already cleaned up their opponents, observed the show. These squads had shown up one after another, surrounding the whole battlefield layer after layer. "Zhou Xing is doomed," Feng Ying said softly. Under the combined attacks of 3 army commanders, even the strongest territory lords would not be able to survive, so Zhou Xing's fall was simply a matter of time. Yang Kai's attention was not on Zhou Xing and the 3 army commanders though, but instead focused on somewhere far away. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, powerful explosions were taking place. For him to be able to sense the shockwaves this far away meant that the strength of those fighting was overwhelming. Outside Blue Sky Pass, there were no forces close to where the battle was taking place. Thus, it was obvious the fight in the distance was between the old ancestor and the royal lord. It was unknown when and how the two began to fight. At least Xianxia did not notice it before now. However, even Eighth-Order masters could not intervene easily in this kind of battle. Thus, Xianxia also did not think of going to watch. The royal lord and old ancestor were old rivals, and this battle was likely to end in a mutual loss. Portals continued to open around them, and from those portals emerged the victorious squads. Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters also appeared one after another, while some territory lords appeared immediately after them. It was not that these territory lords managed to kill the Eighth-Order Masters to get out of the trap. After all, there were spirit arrays arranged in the universe cave heavens to make it impossible for them to escape even if they killed the Eighth-Order division commanders fighting against them. However, when the fight dragged on for too long, the universe cave heaven itself would become unstable, making a collapse imminent. Therefore, the Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master had no choice but to open the portal to leave so as not to get caught up in the collapse. When that happened, the territory lord could naturally follow them out. Those territory lords who were lucky to have survived all immediately used whatever means they had to escape. They knew that after the humans had activated these traps, which took them 100 years to set up, the Black Ink clan was done for. Sticking around was akin to courting death. Thus, they had to escape. It was only by escaping that they stood a chance to survive and recover from this disaster. Therefore, they held no desire to fight anymore and only sought the opportunity to flee. Of course, those Eighth-Order Heaven Realm Masters who failed to kill their respective opponents inside their assigned universe cave heaven would not let their prey go easily and continued to chase them across the void. Under the attacks of the three army commanders, Zhou Xing was only able to last less than a half cup of tea's time before Ding Yao smashed his head with his fist. More and more squads emerged from different portals, largely intact. Thankfully, junior brother Zhou's squad's unlucky encounter was a unique case. Also appearing were many lone Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, appearances of which meant the fall of a territory lord. It was a glorious result. The human race had been resisting the Black Ink clan for so many years, and the two sides had fought countless times, but never had there been such a decisive victory. In the past, killing more than 20 territory lords in one battle was simply unimaginable. The most territory lords that had been killed in a single battle was 5, and that was at the cost of 2 Eighth-Order division commanders. Considering the strength of the territory lords, while it wasn't too difficult for the Eighth-Order masters to defeat them, killing them was a much more difficult task. If not for the universe cave heaven traps which had been set up in advance, how could Blue Sky Pass achieve such overwhelming success? Xianxia was also overwhelmed. When he first helped Blue Sky Pass find the portals for the Universe Paradise and Universe Cave Heaven, he knew that they could give Black Ink clan a nasty surprise, but he did not expect it to be to this magnitude. If Blue Sky Pass had such great success, then Inyang Pass would also have good results. After all, he also helped them to open up the Universe Cave Heavens and Universe Paradises around their Great Pass. Even so, the news of this enormous defeat would certainly be circulated around the Black Ink clan. Thus, it was unrealistic for Inyang Pass to expect results of this magnitude. With so many territory lords killed, there were naturally hundreds of times more dead and injured weaker Black Ink clansmen. One battle had changed the entire course of the war. The Black Ink clan in the Blue Sky Theater had suffered an enormous defeat. What awaited Blue Sky Pass was a period of peace for at least 1,000 years or more, during which the Black Ink clan would not be able to attack. However, was this enough to satisfy Zhongliang and the other higher-ups? This was the best opportunity for them to add insult to injury to the Black Ink clan. Thus, 2 days later, Blue Sky Pass gathered 38th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 20,000 troops, led by several army commanders to advance deeper into the void towards the Black Ink clan's territory. Blue Sky Pass did not go all out this time, still leaving behind a large contingent to watch over the Great Pass. Additionally, there were some Universe Cave Heaven fights that had not yet concluded that required a few 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to watch over. 38th Orders and a 20,000-strong army was almost half of the combat strength of Blue Sky Pass. They could not take out more soldiers. Since Xianxia had brought purifying light, Zhongliang and the others had been planning for this crusade. However, Any foray into the enemy's territory was of great importance and would take time to prepare for. Now that the opportunity had come, they were eager to push back against the enemy, who was seriously weakened, and aim for the royal city. Naturally, Blue Sky Pass held little expectation that this campaign would be enough to wipe out the Black Ink clan entirely. As long as the royal lord was not dead, the royal city would not fall. This was just a kind of experiment for the future. At the same time, it was also to establish a precedent and prove that it was possible to take the fight to the Black Ink clan. This was a long-established plan. However, except for the Eighth Order commanders, no one below them in rank knew about it. Thus, after hearing about the crusade, numerous Open Heavens realm masters were very excited. The human race have been trapped in various great passes for years, and finally, they had the chance to launch a real counterattack. Blue Sky Pass had clearly planned this crusade for a long time. It was impossible to come up with such a plan in just 2 days. The expeditionary force was led by 2 army commanders, Ding Yao and Liang Yulong. 2 purifying Black Ink battleships were deployed along with about 1,500 warships of various ranks. The huge force set off from Blue Sky Pass as soon as preparations were completed. Dawn was also part of the expeditionary force, its squad members taking turns to operate Dawning Light while the ones off duty spent their time in their cabins to restore themselves. The damage to Dawning Light had been repaired by the array masters and artifact refiners before they departed Blue Sky Pass, so it was as good as new. However, for this crusade, they were not taking many array masters and artifact refiners with them. Thus, if a warship got damaged, it might not be able to be repaired in short order. This crusade was very different from guarding the Great Pass. When backed by Blue Sky Pass, the humans could fight with confidence and without fear. Even if their warship was damaged, logistical support was close by. However, a crusade was not the same, as the supply lines and logistics to support the soldiers would be stretched out over a much larger area. If this matter was not addressed, it would become a major constraint for this crusade. However, this shortfall could not be satisfactorily resolved. If all the available array masters and artifact refiners were mobilized for the crusade, they would require a large contingent of soldiers to protect them, reducing the crusade's overall fighting capability. Meanwhile, this crusade was more of an attempt to make a statement rather than a concerted effort to eliminate the Black Ink clan once and for all. Half a month after the expeditionary force left Blue Sky Pass, it fought its first major battle with a Black Ink clan army of nearly 300,000. The 700,000 Black Ink clansmen that had previously attacked Blue Sky Pass were all basically dead or severely wounded, so these 300,000 were assembled from the Black Ink clan's reserves. This was the Black Ink clan's modus operandi, sending in wave after wave of soldiers to fight a protracted battle. Each time a siege happened at a great pass, the humans would have to endure many waves of attacks by the subsequent enemy reinforcements, and this time was no exception. However, the collapse of the Black Ink clan's main army on the front line was too sudden. Blue Sky Pass 100-year plan was a huge trap that sucked the Black Ink clan army into numerous universe paradises and cave heavens, where they were mercilessly slaughtered. The reinforcement army that came from the Black Ink clan did not get the news in time and was led by a sole territory lord as they flew towards Blue Sky Pass. When they encountered each other, the leading territory lord obviously was not aware of what had happened and was caught completely off guard. Of the 300,000 reinforcements, nearly 200,000 were cannon fodder while only 100,000 were high rank or above. Besides the lone territory lord, the strongest masters among the troops were the feudal lords. Such a lineup was no match for the elite soldiers of the expeditionary force. It was another great victory for the humans. The 300,000 Black Ink clan army was overwhelmed. With no territory lords to lead and shelter them, there was no one to fight off the 38th Order Open Heaven realm masters. Thus, the warships just sailed forward in a straight line and mowed down the scattered Black Ink clansmen. Along the way, any Black Ink clansmen that they encountered were slaughtered. After another month, they arrived at the first territory controlled by a territory lord. This was one of the outermost territory lord territories, so the one assigned here was naturally not very powerful as he would be the first to bear the brunt of any human attacks. In fact, this territory lord's domain had been attacked by humans before. The last time the old ancestor led a large army to attack this territory, Xianxia was living here with Nu Yen. According to the limited information available to Blue Sky Pass, the owner of this territory was named Go Wu. Go Wu was dead though, killed by an 8th Order Division commander of the Southern Army in one of the universe cave heavens outside of Blue Sky Pass. Thus, Go Wu's territory was leaderless. As the expeditionary force marched on, it was inevitable that news of their advance spread. However, they did not meet any real form of resistance. Even Go Wu's territory was essentially unprotected by the Black Ink clan. There were some Black Ink clansmen who were brave enough to attack the expeditionary force, but many realized that it was suicidal and simply fled deeper into Black Ink clan territory. It only took a few hours for the expeditionary force to capture Go Wu's home territory. Although they killed many, those were mostly serfs and low-rank clansmen. This was only to be expected. Most of Go Wu's forces were deployed to participate in the siege of Blue Sky Pass and were thus already dead. When those who were left behind saw the advancing expeditionary force, they naturally knew that whoever was sent to Blue Sky Pass had been annihilated. Thus, those that could immediately turned around and ran for their lives. The expeditionary force did not stop after they captured this area. Both Ding Yao and Zhong Liang knew that speed was of the essence, so only a small number of men were assigned to clean up the battlefield while the rest of the army continued on. The so-called battlefield cleanup was nothing more than plundering resources. It was just like what Xianxia had done in Mu Guang's royal domain. A territory lord's home territory was the most prosperous place in every region. It usually had a lot of stores and cultivation resources that the expeditionary force would not want to miss out on. Xianxia also stayed behind. However, he was not interested in plundering resources as they were not attractive to him anymore. The resources in his small universe were already inexhaustible to him. The reason he stayed was to acquire a subnest. Some time ago, he brought Miao Fei Ping to a feudal lord's territory and moved the low-rank Black Ink nest into his small universe. But it withered away soon after. It was obvious that a mature Black Ink nest could not be moved easily. It was like a big tree, so cutting its roots to move it would kill it. If he could get an unhatched subnest and nurture it in his small universe, it might be different. Feng Ying also stayed and acted as his protector since Xianxia was vulnerable when his consciousness was connected to the Black Ink nest. There would be trouble if a hidden Black Ink clansman jumped out and attacked him. Feng Ying frowned as she watched Xianxia enter the territory lord's Black Ink nest. The aura inside the Black Ink nest made her feel extremely uncomfortable and even a bit nauseous. If she did not have to stand guard for Xianxia, she would never have gotten close to such a place. As Xianxia walked along, he soon came to the central chamber. To be honest, although he had been inside Black Ink nests before, and had even taken advantage of their strange network to defeat many feudal lords by destroying their consciousnesses, he still did not understand how to hatch a subnest. After all, Xiaogu never told him about it. Obviously, hatching a subnest was a function of a territory lord Black Ink nest and required a certain amount of resources, but as to the exact process, Xianxia was clueless. In front of Xianxia was the Black Ink pool, where Black Ink strength tumbled and surged as if it were an ominous beast. Xianxia opened his small universe and used his own world force as a bridge to connect his consciousness with that of the Black Ink nest's consciousness to investigate a little. To his surprise, he did not enter the strange space this time. It was as if his whole body was one with Black Ink nest, and he could see the state of Black Ink nest as if it were his own. Xianxia instantly understood that different locations of the Black Ink nest had different purposes. This place, where the Black Ink pool was located, was where the Black Ink clansmen would be bred and subnests created. To think it's this simple. With an idea in mind, Xianxia immediately began to work, taking a large amount of resources from his small universe and injecting them into the Black Ink pool. The Black Ink strength inside the Black Ink pool tumbled more and more fiercely, and as the vast amount of resources disappeared, the abundant energy was greedily absorbed by the Black Ink nest. After a few moments, the walls of the chamber, which were fleshy, seemed to form a tumor. The tumor rapidly grew and the wall suddenly broke open, and a wet, beast-like Black Ink clansman came out, trembling. Papa! More tearing sounds rang out as the chamber's flesh walls soon hatched more than a dozen Black Ink clansmen of different forms. Feng Ying felt a stinging chill as she watched all this. Although she knew that the black ink nest gave birth to black ink clansmen, no human had actually witnessed the process before. These black ink clansmen were not entirely hatched by Yang Kai. They had not been fully formed before he entered this place, and thus had not hatched. After Yang Kai injected resources into the black ink pool, their development was accelerated and they managed to hatch. The newly hatched black ink clansmen were not much of a threat, not even qualified to be cannon fodder. So Feng Ying flicked her long sword and the wave of sword chi killed them all on the spot. She then shouted, "Squad leader!" Yang Kai opened his eyes and saw the situation around him, and immediately responded, "I'll change my approach." It was his first time trying to create a black ink nest, and he was not sure how to do it, so he accidentally hatched a dozen black ink clansmen. However, after he made some adjustments, the fleshy tumor wall no longer broke open, and no more black ink clansmen were born. Instead, the entire black ink pool was filled with rich power and stirred more and more. Feng Ying felt that it was a pity for such a large amount of resources to be sacrificed to the black ink pool. Blue Sky Pass had only become affluent in the recent several dozen years, after Yang Kai introduced the void yin-yang mirrors. In the past, cultivation resources were very tight in every great pass, so they had to save as much as they could, whenever they could. She was used to living in poverty, so she cringed when she saw Yang Kai throwing away resources in such a manner. However, she also knew that Yang Kai had his own reasons. If he could get a black ink nest, it would definitely be of great use. The interoperability between the black ink nest and the black ink clan might even allow them to spy on the black ink clan without having to leave their own territory. It was not certain how many resources were put into the black ink pool, but after a few days, it suddenly trembled as the water swirled. Something was about to emerge from it. Feng Ying looked over, and a few moments later, a small and exquisite black ink nest emerged from the churning water. At the same time, Yang Kai also eased what he was doing and looked at the little black ink nest that spawned from the black ink pool. He exhaled gently when he realized that his efforts were not in vain. Although he had succeeded in obtaining a subnest, Yang Kai was not sure if it would work given the special connection between the Territory Lord Black Ink Nests and the Feudal Lord Black Ink Nests. Even so, he had to try it out to be sure. After putting the subnest into his small universe, Yang Kai did not rush to hatch it. He just temporarily placed it somewhere isolated. A little while later, he, along with Feng Ying, left the place. "Squad leader, do you intend to destroy the black ink nest?" Feng Ying asked. Yang Kai nodded. "Of course. I can't leave it for the black ink clan to use." Feng Ying flicked out her sword, sending out a flying slash that split the black ink nest in half in an instant. Rich black ink strength gushed out from the two halves and it began to wither away. Yang Kai kept checking up on the subnest in small universe, and after a moment, he could not help but sigh. "I thought as much." The subnest that he had spent a lot of resources to obtain withered rapidly after the Territory Lord Black Ink Nest was destroyed. Although he had expected this outcome, he still felt disappointed. It seemed that the connection between this mid-rank black ink nest and the low-rank black ink nest spread from it was unbreakable, and not even moving it to his small universe could isolate it. If the mid-rank black ink nest connected to it was destroyed, the low-rank black ink subnests would not be spared either. It was only when the mid-rank black ink nest was left in place that Yang Kai would be able to preserve the subnest. However, this was obviously unrealistic. No matter how strong the expeditionary force was, they would not be able to fully eliminate all Black Ink clansmen around Blue Sky Pass. As long as the Black Ink clan here had not been completely annihilated, leaving any Black Ink nest around would only benefit the Black Ink clan. After composing himself, Yang Kai used his divine sense to check the area and ascertained that this place was already empty. His allies who had stayed behind to collect resources had already left. Thus, he and Feng Ying used the universe transference law to return to Dawning Light. For a time, the expeditionary force's momentum was unstoppable. As it marched on, the Black Ink clan was unable to form any effective resistance against its overwhelming power, and most fled before they even arrived. Half a year after the expeditionary force's initial sortie, they had captured 4 domains owned by territory lords. They had also destroyed 4 mid-rank Black Ink nests and swept clean several dozen feudal lord fiefs. This was when the expeditionary force advanced in a straight path. It had to be said that they could have achieved much more if they were willing to take some detours. After 6 months, the expeditionary force finally encountered a tough battle. The Black Ink clan's counterattack became fiercer as the expeditionary force marched deeper into their territory. This human incursion was a huge insult to their pride. They had always been the ones to attack. This was the first time in countless years that the humans had attacked them so close to the royal city. Although many territory lords died during the most recent siege of Blue Sky Pass, they were not totally annihilated. The original number of territory lords was greater than the number of 8th Order humans. Taking into account those who were not deployed, and those who had escaped from Blue Sky Pass though, there were at least 40 territory lords still alive. The Black Ink clan army, led by more than 20 territory lords, stood in front of the expeditionary force. The two sides fought nearly 100 battles in just 3 months. Each side incurred losses of varying degrees. The resilience and determination of the expeditionary force shocked the Black Ink clan, and many were killed in this defensive battle. Still, they continued to regroup, attack, and suffer over and over again without any hesitation. The Black Ink clan had a huge advantage in terms of location. Their reinforcements did not have to travel far, so they could easily gather together from all sides and even look for opportunities to surround the expeditionary force. The battle raged throughout this territory lord's domain, and it was so bloody that this vast stretch of the void soon turned into a massive grave for the Black Ink clan. It was not until a year later that the territory lord's domain was completely conquered. In that year of battle, more than 1 million Black Ink clansmen died. The nearby void was literally covered in thick black ink strength, and huge black ink clouds blotted out the sky. Other than the legions of Black Ink clan cannon fodder that were killed, 2 more territory lords had fallen in this year-long battle. As the remnants of the Black Ink clan retreated to the next territory lord domain, and the expeditionary force continued to advance, it was only to be expected that the humans would be greeted by fiercer counterattacks and resistance. This was similar to the situation that Xianxia encountered when he wreaked havoc in the Inyang Theater. The deeper he went into Black Ink clan territory, the more concentrated the enemy resistance became. The expeditionary force set up a temporary camp on a massive universe fragment in the domain of the recently conquered territory lord domain. The array masters arranged a massive grand array to isolate the surrounding Black Ink strength so that the soldiers could rest and recuperate. 38th Order division commanders, led by Ding Yao and Liang Yulong, gathered in one of the largest tents. Yang Kai was summoned and saluted before looking at the 2 men sitting in front. "What are your orders, seniors?" Ding Yao said. "How many universe arrays are needed to set up a direct link to Blue Sky Pass from here?" The universe array was an extremely convenient tool that allowed cultivators to use the universe transference law to return to it anytime they wanted. As long as they were in the same world, there was, theoretically, no limit to the distance one could traverse. However, there were still limits to what individual cultivators could endure. This place was very far away from Blue Sky Pass. Even so, those from Blue Sky Pass could still use the universe arrays aboard the purifying Black Ink battleships to communicate with the expeditionary force. However, if a cultivator really tried to teleport back directly, not many of them would be able to survive the stresses of the transit through the void. Even a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master faced the risk of instant death if they attempted it. Perhaps only the 8th Order Masters could safely accomplish this. Thus, there had to be a transit point set up using another universe array. Yang Kai was the only one capable of doing this, which was why the 8th Order Masters summoned him. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before answering. Considering the endurance limits of those in the 5th Order, 2 should be enough. Ding Yao nodded and replied, "As expected." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he asked, "Isn't the expeditionary force continuing?" Ding Yao shook his head. "We can't. Although the Black Ink clan suffered huge losses, we've also suffered casualties. The expeditionary force soldiers need to take purifying Black Ink pills every time they fight against the Black Ink clan. After such a long crusade, the purifying Black Ink pill stock is running low. The warships have also suffered varying degrees of damage, which could not be repaired in the heat of battle. Additionally, there are other considerations, so this crusade has to stop here." Xianxia understood all these issues and had also anticipated this happening sooner or later. In fact, those in the expeditionary force with a little bit of foresight were aware that they were at the limit of what they could do so far away from Blue Sky Pass. Casualties would begin to rapidly climb if the expeditionary force advanced any further. Although the crusade was not completely successful, it was still a great victory for the humans to take the fight to the Black Ink clan. Privately, the soldiers were discussing when the expeditionary force would withdraw, but there were many different opinions and no definite conclusions. After all, only the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had the authority to decide such matters. A Seventh Order Master like Xianxia did not have the authority to discuss such matters with the Eighth Order Masters. However, what Ding Yao said seemed to indicate that he did not intend to withdraw. If they were to withdraw, why bother arranging more universe arrays? Xianxia suddenly realized something and asked, "Sirs, do you intend to permanently occupy the ground we've taken and reduce the territory controlled by the Black Ink clan?" Liang Yulong smiled and said, "You're a quick one. We intend to hold our position here, expanding our territory while reducing the Black Ink clans. The expeditionary force has spent so much time and paid so much to gain such a large swath of territory. How could we give it up just like that? The expeditionary force will not move forward, but we will also not retreat. We will build a forward outpost here and repel any Black Ink clansmen that dare to enter its range. The Black Ink clan must be seething to have lost so much territory. Just by the losses of the Black Ink clan after the battles, it would take them over 1,000 years to rebuild their forces. As long as the expeditionary force is here though, there is no way the Black Ink clan can completely restore their foundation." Xianxia was shocked by the boldness of these Eighth Order Masters. By doing this, the Black Ink clan would surely have hard times ahead. Not only would they lose almost half of their territories, but all the resources of those territories would be denied to them. Without those resources, rebuilding their army would take twice as long. Thus, even if the expeditionary force was not as powerful as the whole of Blue Sky Pass, as long as they held their ground here, they would be able to restrict the restoration of the Black Ink clan in this theater. Xianxia even predicted that the expeditionary force would continue to launch attacks from time to time in order to hamper the Black Ink clan's recovery efforts. When the time was right, assaulting and conquering the royal city was certainly a possibility. Such a glorious goal could not be accomplished overnight though and would take many years of effort. Compared to a direct attack on the royal city, this tactic was much slower, but it was more secure and assured. Furthermore, the current situation did not allow the expeditionary force to continue their march forward. Their logistics could not keep up and the soldiers of the expeditionary force needed to rest and recuperate just as much as the Black Ink clan. Blue Sky Pass only had some 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers, so building a forward outpost here would spread its forces thin. On top of that, the universe arrays that needed to be set up between the two had to be guarded, which would consume more manpower. Even so, these were none of Xianxia's concern as the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be the ones working out the details. What he needed to do now was find suitable locations for the two universe arrays, and then link the expeditionary force and Blue Sky Pass together to ensure that they could support each other rapidly. That was the reason the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had summoned him to the meeting. A universe fragment inside a certain territory lord's domain, which was captured, became the forward base of Blue Sky Pass. Although the crusade was over for now, the Great War with the Black Ink clan would not stop anytime soon. The expeditionary force had advanced in a straight line, capturing any Black Ink clan territories along the way. However, those on either side of their advance could not be ignored. That meant that they had disregarded a lot of potential enemies, who were now technically behind their lines. If the expeditionary force were to withdraw, they would not need to pay attention to these enemies. However, now that they wanted to hold their position here and establish a forward base, they had to go back and clear out those territories. At the very least, the forward base had to be protected from a Black Ink clan siege on all sides. The Black Ink clan had lost a lot of resources and manpower in this battle, and with less than 40 territory lords left, which was basically half of their previous total, they had pulled back most of their forces to protect the royal city and no longer dared to move around freely. Thus, while the forward base was surrounded by Black Ink clansmen, they were mostly stragglers and weaklings. The humans only needed to spend a little time and effort to clear up all those Black Ink clansmen behind them. It was foreseeable that clearing the Black Ink clansmen between Blue Sky Pass and the forward base would be the next big task required of Blue Sky Pass. The forward base was soon bustling with activity. Several warships began to deploy to certain locations in the void and formed a defense perimeter. Then, a remote area was selected and several warships descended to ensure that it was safe. After a few moments of searching around, a depression in a mountain valley was identified. There were countless such places like this in the void, and this valley was very well hidden, making it suitable for setting up a universe array. Obviously, even if the Black Ink clan were to pass by this place, they would not be able to find anything without intentionally searching for it. Furthermore, if the universe array was really set up here, it would be covered by spirit arrays and guarded by soldiers. Thus, if there was an attack, reinforcements would soon be able to come and provide support. The warships were led by Dawning Light, and 2 8th Order Open Heaven Division commanders went along just in case they were needed. Xianxia began arranging the universe array while the array masters who came along with him began to set up various spirit arrays around the mountain valley. Some for cover, some for protection, and various other kinds of support and auxiliary purposes. In the past, Blue Sky Pass did not have the number of resources necessary to engage in such an endeavor. After all, spirit arrays of this size and quality required a huge amount of resources. The more powerful the spirit array, the more resources were needed. In the past, Blue Sky Pass was so poor that it could not do these things. But now it was different. Apart from the resources collected from their previous conquests, they could now easily mine more from the vast territory they had occupied. After the work was completed, everyone left their imprints on the universe array, and an 8th Order master and a battalion worth of soldiers stayed behind to guard it while the rest continued to the next location. Taking into account the capacity of those 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, only 2 universe arrays were required. A few months later, the second universe array was completely set up, connecting Blue Sky Pass to the forward base. Cultivators only needed to leave their imprints in each universe array, and they could quickly move between the 2 places. Of course, this meant that all the soldiers had to first leave their imprints in the 2 universe arrays in transit to facilitate future use. The easiest way to do this was to have the 8th Order Division commanders leave their imprints first, then for them to shuttle the weaker cultivators back and forth between the universe arrays. An 8th Order Master's small universe was large enough to carry a large amount of Open Heaven Realms Masters. Thus, all the soldiers of Blue Sky Pass could quickly leave their marks on the new universe arrays. Still, this was not something that Xianxia needed to think about, as it would be left to the 8th Order Masters to handle. After completing the second universe array, Xianxia returned to Blue Sky Pass. This could not be helped. When Zhongliang, who stayed behind at Blue Sky Pass, sent a message for Xianxia to return, Xianxia had already departed to set up the universe arrays. Thus, the message had not reached him until now. Xianxia hastily returned to Blue Sky Pass and reported to Zhongliang, where he was then told about what had happened. Martial Uncle Lu has disappeared? Xianxia was extremely surprised. The Martial Uncle Lu he was referring to was Lu En of Yinyang Cave Heaven, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He was a Western Army Division commander, and due to their shared background, he had taken care of Xianxia since he came to Blue Sky Pass. Although Luan was old, his cultivation was high. Thus, Xianxia could not understand how he had just disappeared. "Come with me." Zhongliang did not explain. He just waved for Xianxia to follow him outside. Soon the 2 of them left the gates. The battlefield from the previous war had been cleaned up, and now the area outside Blue Sky Pass was empty. No one could have imagined from this scene that just 2 years ago the Black Ink clan army had come in full force and engaged Blue Sky Pass in a huge battle. When he arrived, Xianxia was immediately drawn to a small crack in the void in front of him, and after a moment of observation, he could not help but frown. Zhongliang explained, "There was a universe cave heaven here. I don't know if you remember." Xianxia nodded lightly. "I remember. All the universe cave heavens and universe paradises outside of Blue Sky Pass were personally found and opened by him, and then filled with traps." Thus, Xianxia naturally had some memory of them. Zhongliang continued, "Your martial Uncle Lu was responsible for this universe cave heaven. We do not know who his opponent was, but he was likely quite strong. Their battle was still ongoing when the expeditionary force departed, But 6 months after the expeditionary force departed, this universe cave heaven suddenly collapsed and a void crack formed. Thereafter, your martial uncle Lu and his opponent were nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai said with a frown. Martial Uncle Lu and that territory lord must have been caught up in it and dragged into the void. Zhong Liang nodded. Exactly, that old fart is a stubborn one. Most likely, he was unwilling to let that territory lord escape, which is why they ended up in this situation. This void crack was quite spacious when it was first formed, so I went inside to investigate. But as you know, the void is incredibly chaotic and I became disoriented the instant I entered. I could not find any trace of your martial Uncle Lu, so I have no choice but to withdraw while I still could. After so long, and with the void crack here close to healing, I'm afraid that your martial Uncle Lu might never come back. I'll go in to find him. Yang Kai stepped forward. Are you sure? Zhong Liang looked concerned. Yang Kai grinned and said, This junior will be right back. Thereafter, he manipulated space principles and plunged into the small void crack. In the void, chaos and void turbulence raged. Yang Kai silently pushed his space principles to swim against the currents, leaving a trail of his aura behind along the way. At first, everything was calm, but as he swam deeper, disruptions in the turbulence began to appear. Yang Kai examined these traces carefully and realized that they should be remnants of a battle between masters. It was obviously the result of the fight between martial Uncle Lu and a certain territory lord. Zhong Liang had come in before and was confused at the sight, but to Yang Kai, these traces were the best clues to find his targets. Following the traces, he began to search for them. This section of void was extremely dangerous because it had been greatly disturbed, making it even more chaotic than normal, with no semblance of direction or time. In this damned place, one would never know where he was or how much time he had spent there. Perhaps one could spend thousands of years inside the void, only to emerge and find that but a brief moment had passed in the outside world. Changes within the void were highly unpredictable. Only someone like Yang Kai, who was well versed in the Tao of space, could find some kind of order in this damned place. Using space principles, he made use of his divine sense, and was able to monitor his surroundings as he searched. After an unknown span of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt a disturbance and zoomed off in a certain direction. In no time, he came to a void turbulence and sensed a corpse floating and sinking into it. The corpse was covered with wounds and there was a fatal wound in its head. The expression on its face looked like it was glaring in disbelief before its death. It was the corpse of a black ink clansman. Yang Kai was relieved to see that this corpse was the territory lords who had fought against Luan. The fact that his corpse was here meant that Luan had won. After carefully identifying the territory lord's corpse, Yang Kai recognized that this guy should be one of the top 5 strongest territory lords in the Blue Sky Theater, on par with He Yuan from the Yin-Yang Theater. Now, it made sense why Luan, a senior 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, could not take him down quickly even with the geographical advantages. In fact, Luan did not have to be so determined to kill this territory lord. As early as when the plan was being implemented, Zhong Liang and others had explained that if they could not win the fight quickly, then should escape before the universe cave heaven collapsed. Otherwise, they would most likely be sucked into the void. Many 8th Order Division commanders did this. Otherwise, there would not have been so many territory lords escaping that day. Luan apparently did not heed those orders though. He was willing to die to make sure that the territory lord did not escape. As a result, the two were sucked into the void. If this corpse was here, then obviously Luan should not be too far away. However, this whole place was directionless. Thus, if he got caught in one of the turbulent currents, there was no telling where he would drift to. Yang Kai continued his search. His divine sense extended to its limit. Yang Kai soon sensed a fluctuating life aura in the distance. This fluctuation was very unusual and obviously intentional to point out its location. Quickly reacting, Yang Kai smiled and flew through the void like a fish swimming upstream towards the unusual fluctuations. A short while later, Yang Kai came to an old man who was sitting cross-legged. With a grin, he called out, "Martial Uncle, sorry for the long wait." Luan apparently also knew that Blue Sky Pass would send someone to find him. Naturally, this person had to be Yang Kai. After all, he was the only person who could freely transverse through the turbulent void. Luan had tried to get out of the void. However, even if he was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he could not find his way back through the chaotic space. Worse, he was injured after the battle with the Territory Lord and was far from his peak state. Thus, instead of blindly looking for a way out, he opted to sit and wait. After all, Yang Kai was sure to come and find him. Similarly, his sitting still also helped Yang Kai locate him. Finding Luan and returning was not hard for Yang Kai. When he saw the two of them appear, Zhong Liang, who had been waiting outside, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Every 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was a pillar in the human race's fight against the Black Ink Clan. Furthermore, since the number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in each Great Pass was not large, each of their deaths greatly impacted the human race. Thus, he was gratified to see Luan was all right. Still, since Luan's injuries were not light, he quickly headed back to rest and recover. Meanwhile, Yang Kai embarked on a journey to the forward base with the rest of Dawn. The forward base had been nailed deep within the territory of the Black Ink Clan. In this recent war, Blue Sky Pass had achieved extremely brilliant results. The huge losses of the Black Ink Clan were enough for them to be unable to recover for at least 1,000 years. Furthermore, that time frame was dependent on their ability to destroy Blue Sky Pass' new forward base. If Blue Sky Pass could gain a solid foothold and suppress nearly half of the Black Ink Clan's territory here, then the Black Ink Clan might not ever be able to recover to its previous strength. However, if the humans lost the forward base, their victorious outcome would be greatly diminished. Therefore, the existence of the forward base was critical to both sides. However, they could not just defend their current position. They had to take the initiative or they would eventually be pushed back. Blue Sky Pass deployed 20,000 soldiers from the previous crusade, but now more than 10,000 more have been deployed to provide support with the help of 2 transit universe arrays Yang Kai had set up. Currently, in Blue Sky Pass, only the most basic personnel were left behind. The rest had been moved outside. They had been passively defending for so many years, so when they finally had a chance to take the initiative, the decisions those at the top made were all bold and aggressive. Nonetheless, the movements of troops made sense. After all, there was no need to worry about Blue Sky Pass being attacked. Since they were now deep within the Black Ink Clan's territory, the enemy would be too preoccupied with those forces close to their royal city to target Blue Sky Pass itself. The Black Ink Clan could also not expect reinforcements from other theaters as each war zone had its own issues to deal with. It was no different for the humans, who could not send large-scale reinforcements to each other. Thus, for both sides, they were basically fighting an independent war. While Yang Kai was arranging the universe arrays, the soldiers at the forward base had been recuperating. After Blue Sky Pass's 10,000 reinforcements had arrived at the forward base, a slew of construction projects were implemented. One by one, squads patrolled around the forward base, clearing out any Black Ink Clansmen in the area. Even the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were moving, trying to use this opportunity to suppress the Black Ink Clan as much as possible. Naturally, the Black Ink Clan would not sit still and get attacked. Though they did not launch any large-scale battles, they continued with small-scale ambushes. In fact, almost every day, squads that ventured even a little far from the forward base would be ambushed by the Black Ink Clan. The humans and the Black Ink Clan had been fighting for hundreds of thousands of years in the space between Blue Sky Pass and the forward base. It was just that this time, the humans had the absolute advantage. Thus, such ambushes were all but meaningless. After all, most of the territory lords here would not dare to move easily. Furthermore, human squads had their warships, which held an absolute advantage when faced against a small number of Black Ink Clansmen. In fact, if a squad found itself dangerously outnumbered, or facing a powerful, unbeatable foe, the warships possessed defensive spirit arrays which would protect them. In the worst-case scenario, there was still the universe array aboard the purifying Black Ink battleships anchored at the forward base, which enabled them to escape the battle if necessary. Thus, as long as they still had some luck, and the situation was not that dire, there was no need for them to fear for their lives. In the void, a warship flew back and forth as rays of bright light shot out from its hull. Unable to resist the powerful attack, the Black Ink Clansmen burst into a mist of blood. Around the warship, Several figures were moving around, eliminating whatever scattered black ink clansmen were present using their own secret techniques. Within a short time, hundreds of black ink clansmen were killed. Miao Fei Ping flashed and flew back to dawning light, looking indifferent, with no joy or surprise in his eyes. With the baptism of blood and war, he quickly matured and was no longer as helpless and nervous as he had been the first time he fought the Black Ink clan. Under normal circumstances, a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him would not leave their warship to kill the enemy directly. He should stay inside the protective spirit arrays on the warship and use its offensive arrays to deal damage. However, today's battle was different from the usual. They encountered some scattered Black Ink clansmen, so there was leeway for the Sixth Order Masters to gain some direct combat experience. The Black Ink clan usually sent out massive armies, with powerful masters leading them. Thus, even a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who could not be considered weak, would find it difficult to survive in that chaotic battlefield. As a result, those below the Seventh Order were generally tasked with controlling their warship's arrays. Of the hundreds of Black Ink clansmen Dawn encountered today though, only one was a feudal lord, and he was swiftly killed by Feng Ying. Meanwhile, the rest scattered like sand. A few Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't help but rush out of the warship to fight, and Yang Kai didn't stop them. Such skirmishes could be found everywhere in the void. The soldiers of the forward base also began to refer to this kind of mission as hunting. Furthermore, these hunts did not only occur with small groups of Black Ink clansmen. Sometimes, bigger hunts were organized where several squads would cooperate to deal large amounts of damage to the scattered Black Ink clansmen. As a result, the Black Ink clan began to worry that if this kept up, the human army would begin advancing towards the royal city again. With their situation being what it was, the Black Ink clan was forced to concentrate the vast majority of its masters into defending the royal city. Naturally, that meant that the space between Blue Sky Pass and the forward base had no powerful Black Ink masters at all. Squad leader, it's time. Feng Ying reminded Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded. Let's head back. We've been at it long enough. In order to ensure the combat effectiveness of all soldiers, the forward base also established some rules, including time limits on each squad's hunt and the range of activities that they could operate in. This was done out of fear that the soldiers would get carried away in killing the enemy, which might reveal openings and cause unnecessary tragedies. It had been half a year since Dawn last set out from the forward base, and the area they were active in had always been at the outermost reaches allowed by the rules. Naturally, it was because the further out they went, the larger the number of Black Ink clansmen there were. Half a year was the time limit stipulated by the forward base before they had to return. Beyond that, military merits would not be calculated, and there might even be penalties such as sending them back to Blue Sky Pass. Naturally, such penalties were meant for the safety of the soldiers. After all, establishing a fortified position was a long-term plan. It was impossible to achieve this overnight, so it is necessary to ensure the integrity and combat effectiveness of the soldiers at the forward base. After half a year of battle, they would then rest for the next half a year, maintaining a balance. At Yang Kai's command, Dawn's members began using the Universal Transference Law to return. In the end, Yang Kai was the only one remaining as he stored dawning light in his small universe. After that, he flickered and disappeared. Back at the forward base where the universe array was, those from the dawn appeared, one after another. As soon as they appeared, they skillfully moved out of the way so as not to interfere with the transference of others who were also returning. Get some rest and cultivate. After half a year, we will gather again. Yang Kai gave the order and the crowd immediately dispersed. He then strolled towards the merit hall. Military merits obtained by hunting for half a year had to be registered, and Dawning Light had also taken some damage, so it needed to be sent to the refining hall for repairs. Yang Kai was traversing this familiar path at this point. It had been 10 years since the expeditionary force established the forward base, and every time he came back from a hunt, as the leader of Dawn Squad, he needed to fulfill these duties. Arriving first at the merit hall, registration of military contributions was recorded by Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Such positions didn't involve directly fighting against the Black Ink clan, so they were usually filled by the cultivators with the lowest orders. Registration of military merits was naturally very smooth. All Yang Kai needed to do was provide evidence for the kills. Next, Yang Kai went to the refining hall and handed over Dawning Light. After that was done, he didn't need to worry about his ship anymore. He would just need to get it after half a year, when Dawn went out on its next hunt. The refining hall was now the busiest location in the entire forward base. However, this couldn't be helped. One by one, squads would go out, hunt down enemies, and then return with a damaged warship that needed repairs. Since there was a limited number of artifact refiners, the refining hall was always kept busy. In the past, when the Great Pass was under siege by the Black Ink clan, the artifact refiners would be so busy they did not even have the time to breathe, but after the siege ended, they would have time to rest. However, that was in the past. Since the forward base was established, artifact refiners were now busy round the clock, with no time for rest at all. When the forward base created the rules, limiting hunting to only half a year and a minimum of half a year of cultivating afterwards, they did not really take into account the artifact refiner's workload. After all, half a year was barely enough for an artifact refiner to fix up a warship. Although Yang Kai was now an artifact refining grandmaster, and he could patch up simple problems with Dawning Light, some of the damage was to its spirit arrays, and since he knew little about the Tao of Spirit Array, he had no choice but to ask for an array master to fix it, which was why he sent it to the refining hall. Just as he was about to walk back to where he stayed, he heard a divine sense transmission. He turned and then moved towards a particular direction. He quickly entered a grand hall, where the Eastern Army commander, Ding Yao, was talking to an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. After briefly exchanging a few words, the 8th Order Masters turned and left, while Ding Yao turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Greetings, sir." Ding Yao gave a light nod and said, "I have a task for you." Yang Kai looked solemn as he replied, "Please tell me. I need you to return back to Blue Sky Pass and pick someone up." "Pick someone up?" Yang Kai frowned, puzzled, and asked, "Pick who up?" "You don't have to know. You'll understand when the time comes." Yang Kai was a little displeased with this strange order and couldn't help but object. "Sir, wouldn't it be better for an 8th Order Division commander to act as a guard? I'm only in the 7th Order, so even if I want to store someone inside my small universe, I at most can only bring those in the 6th Order or below. How would I be of any help in this case?" Ding Yao glanced at him. "I don't need you to use your small universe to store this person. I just need you to show the way here. What's more, this person is in the 8th Order, so other 8th Order Masters would not be able to store them either and would have to travel side by side." 8th Order. Yang Kai was surprised. "Since it's someone in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, I believe that person has enough strength to ensure his own safety. Why do I need to fetch them here?" "Stop spouting so much rubbish." Ding Yao glared at him and rebuked. "This person is a newcomer to the Black Ink battlefield. While it's true they are an 8th Order Master, they aren't well-versed in fighting. Since this person is someone who is still not used to the Black Ink battlefield yet, I've tasked you to be this person's escort." "Someone new?" Yang Kai's heart started to race. "From the 3,000 worlds?" Ding Yao nodded. "That's right." He then added meaningfully, "Perhaps there'll be someone you know. So, would you like to go?" "Yes, of course." Yang Kai responded decisively. If it was just picking up someone, it wasn't a difficult task. Though it was still somewhat pointless for him to escort such a person all the way here, it would still be interesting to meet this newcomer. Since Ding Yao said that it might be someone he knew, Yang Kai was eager to meet them. Even if it wasn't an old acquaintance, more than 100 years had passed since he came to this Black Ink battlefield, so this was a chance to see if there were any new changes in the Star Boundary and Voidland after he left. Similarly, Yang Kai understood that the dispatch of an 8th Order Division commander for this kind of small matter was wasteful. After all, there were only a handful of people in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, and each of them had their own important tasks which kept them perpetually busy. Thus, such matters were best left to those in the 7th Order. Even among those in the 7th Order, Yang Kai's strength was obvious to all. He was also the one who set up the new universe arrays. Thus, it was certainly much more convenient to have him personally lead the way, which was probably the biggest reason why Ding Yao tasked him to do so. "In that case, I'll leave this to you. Take note of the time." The newcomers should arrive in a few days. For now, get back to the pass. Ding Yao waved his hand. Yang Kai cupped his fist and turned to leave. First, he went back to the place where Dawn was stationed and told Feng Ying about his mission. He also informed her that he should be back in time for the next hunting mission. If not, she should just take the squad out without him, which Feng Ying agreed to. Since he had nothing to prepare before the trip to the pass, Yang Kai immediately activated the universe transference law. He focused on the universe array of blue sky pass, and it was not long before light engulfed him starting from his feet. Usually, those in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm would find it impossible to directly teleport from the forward base to Blue Sky Pass as the distance was too great. The stress of transiting that far through the void would more than likely crush an ordinary 7th Order master. Hence the two universe arrays arranged between them to serve as waypoints. Since Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, however, he could mitigate such effects. Space principles fluctuated, and Yang Kai reappeared inside Blue Sky Pass. With the mission in mind, he directly headed to the Western Army's headquarters to greet Zhong Liang. Sir Ding asked me to come back to welcome a newcomer. Are they here yet? Zhong Liang shook his head and replied, Not yet, but news has already arrived a few days ago. Well, as you know, it's not easy for those from the 3,000 worlds to come here, so just wait for the time being. Yang Kai nodded. Can you tell me who this is? People coming from the 3,000 worlds are all arranged by the cave heavens and paradises. We are only responsible for receiving them. We don't know exactly how many people are coming, or which sects they are from. Just that they will be sent over from the no-return pass. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. He couldn't help but hold some anticipation. It seemed there was more than one person arriving, so he couldn't help wondering if there were any newcomers from the Star Boundary or Void Land among them. There were also a lot of Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Star Boundary and Void Land. Thus, it would be normal if some were assigned to the Black Ink battlefield. However, neither the Star Boundary nor Void Land were part of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Thus, according to long-standing practice, they were not eligible to set foot onto the Black Ink battlefield. Although he had been in the Black Ink battlefield for over 100 years, and had also fought in 2 different theaters, even infiltrating the Black Ink clan's territory twice, Yang Kai still didn't know much about a variety of things. One such thing was how the 3,000 worlds assigned reinforcements to the Black Ink battlefield. Since there was nothing for him to do, Yang Kai decided to ask Zhong Liang. Zhong Liang explained, basically every 100 years, the Cave Heavens and Paradises will dispatch some people to reinforce the Great Passes. The number of people sent varies, as a lot can happen in 100 years. Even so, as you know, every time we fight against the Black Ink clan, it will always result in casualties. Though not many, they accumulate over time. Eventually, if there are too many casualties, and few left to defend our lines, wouldn't the Great Passes fall? So, regular reinforcements from the Cave Heavens and Paradises are a necessity. This was also the reason why Yang Kai used to think that Cave Heavens and Paradises were not worthy of their reputations, as the forces they showcased in the 3,000 worlds did not seem as imposing as they should have been. One would expect the Cave Heavens and Paradises, with their extremely long histories and deep foundations, coupled with the long lifespans of cultivators in the Open Heaven realm, to slowly amass an enormous number of Open Heaven realm masters. However, when Yang Kai visited a few of them in the past, the number of Open Heaven realm masters he saw in the Cave Heavens and Paradises was not as numerous as he had anticipated. Now, everything made sense. After all, these top forces had been sending the vast majority of their strongest masters to the Black Ink battlefield over the years. The reinforcements will first be gathered at the no-return pass, then they will be dispatched from there to the various Great Passes. This is done to ensure the integrity of each Great Pass. The number of people dispatched to each pass will depend on the loss and demand of the Great Pass itself. Take this time as an example. Our Blue Sky Pass losses during the recent crusade were not small. So, there should be more reinforcements who will be assigned to us. Furthermore, because of the forward base, there will be a need for many people with a variety of skill sets. This was the requirement of Blue Sky Pass, which we put forward to 3,000 worlds to meet. Well, I think news of what we have accomplished so far would make them feel gratified. Yang Kai nodded in understanding, thought for a while, and then asked, There should still be many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in each Cave Heaven and Paradise's headquarters. Since the 3,000 worlds are essentially stable, why not transfer more of them to the Black Ink battlefield? That way, we'll be able to overwhelm the territory lords with superior numbers. It should not be that difficult to do, right? Zhong Liang answered with a smile. It's not difficult, of course. The Cave Heavens and Paradises have strong foundations and heritages, so it certainly won't be a problem to get a few more 8th Order Masters assigned here. But have you thought through what that would mean? Would there be any decisive change if we really did as you said? There is currently no way to completely eradicate the Black Ink clan, so what is the use of this small advantage? Before you brought us the purifying light, the human race was basically powerless to resist the corrosion of Black Ink strength. Many had to sacrifice pieces of their small universes to protect themselves. We have fought against the Black Ink clan for so long, so what we want is not a small advantage to give us a more favorable position, but rather a way to completely eradicate the Black Ink clan. Before we find a way to do that, maintaining the current balance is the best option. Yang Kai pondered over what he said before nodding in agreement. Zhong Liang exhaled lightly. Our crusade this time was not only an experiment, but also a campaign to provide hope. If what we are doing works out well, in the next 100 to 1,000 years, we humans will be able to continue to reduce whatever available territory the Black Ink clan has. Eventually, we will be able to find a way to completely wipe them out. This is definitely a long-term goal, and it might even take several generations to accomplish. Even so, we will do it. Zhong Liang would have never said these things to other 7th Order Masters, but with Yang Kai, it was different. His arrival changed the whole landscape of Black Ink battlefield, and his contributions alone made him qualified to understand the plans of the higher-ups. When the thought drew his imagination as he said, "They'll be in for an unpleasant surprise." Inside the Grand Hall, where the hyperspace array was located, Yang Kai sat cross-legged as his heart started pounding. His conversation with Zhong Liang made him understand one thing. Since he was not in that high of a position, he failed to see the grand scheme of things. What he was thinking about was how to win the battles in front of him. Meanwhile, what those at the top were thinking about was how to win the war and completely annihilate the Black Ink clan. It was a distinct difference of perspective. It's not that he was short-sighted. After all, he was in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. He was the leader of a squad, and had been in the Black Ink battlefield for more than 100 years, so he could not be called inexperienced. Even so, how could he possibly be compared to people like Zhong Liang and the others who had been fighting this war for thousands of years? Thus now it was made clear. It was not that the Cave Heavens and Paradises could not send more 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to gain an advantage over the Black Ink clan. They were just accumulating strength, preparing to give Black Ink clan a fatal blow when the time came. Blue Sky Pass Expeditionary Force had taken a crucial step in that direction. The crusade was a bold attempt to change the course of the war, and if all went well, one day in the near future, all the Great Passes would be able to form large-scale expeditionary forces and send them out to crusade. They would finally be able to suppress the Black Ink clan until it was uprooted entirely. There are signs of activity. One of the people guarding the Grand Array suddenly shouted. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked ahead. He saw that the Grand Array, which had been silent for several days, suddenly lit up. It hummed gently, and there were obvious space principle fluctuations coming out of it. That was a clear sign that the Grand Array had been activated, which was what Yang Kai had been waiting for. The no-return pass was the only gateway to the 3,000 worlds, and it was also the transit point for those in the 3,000 worlds to enter the Black Ink battlefield. As such, a hyperspace array was arranged there which could connect to all the Great Passes. These were all set up by ancient great experts who were simply incomparable to today's cultivators. With the hyperspace arrays set up by such experts, ultra-long-distance teleportation could be done without worrying about one's life. However, the consumption of materials would be extremely large. Thus, between the Great Passes, they tried not to unnecessarily send people over. In most cases, they would teleport some jade slips as a means to communicate with the other Great Passes. Under the gaze of the many cultivators guarding the Grand Array, a dazzling light suddenly filled their eyes. From it, a faint figure appeared. Yang Kai immediately felt an aura of someone in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, But to his surprise, this aura was faintly familiar to him. As the light faded, Yang Kai discovered that there were already at least 100 people standing on the grand array, many of them appearing dizzy and disoriented as they had obviously not recovered from the ultra-long distance teleportation. Although the arrangements of the ancient great experts were enough to allow them to teleport here safely, there were still some drawbacks to doing so. Immediately, Blue Sky Pass men, who had been prepared ahead of time, stepped forward and all kinds of secret techniques were activated to help alleviate the sequelae of these 100 or so people. It took just a moment for the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master to shake his head and focus his eyes. In the end, he was an Eighth Order Master whose strength was incomparable to the rest who still needed some time to recover from the dizziness. Yang Kai suppressed his excitement, stepped forward, and saluted. Grand Master's noble bearing is still the same as ever, even after so many years. Ding Yao's words had been prophetic, as Yang Kai really knew someone who came here this time. He was a remnant of Great Evolution Paradise, Grandmaster Ma Fan. Yang Kai had dealt with him plenty of times. The first time was when he went to ask about refining array artifacts for Voidland's Grand Array. At that time, the proprietress took him to Grandmaster Ma Fan. Later, Ma Fan helped him improve the Void Yin-Yang mirrors. He even passed the Great Evolution Paradise's Good Fortune Divine Furnace to Yang Kai. Afterwards, many of the remnants from Great Evolution Paradise, led by Grandmaster Ma Fan, went to the Star Boundary to open a Tao temple. They did this in an attempt to revive the former glory. Thus, they were old acquaintances. Ma Fan, who had recently broken through to the Eighth Order, was clearly a great grandmaster in artifact refining now. It should be said that those who were great grandmasters were all Eighth Order masters, equivalent to Dongguo and Ping from Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven, whom Yang Kai was acquainted with. Yang boy! Grandmaster Ma Fan looked surprised, clearly never having anticipated he would meet Yang Kai here of all places. More than 100 years ago, Yang Kai dove into a void corridor and never came back. Without any news, whether he was even alive or dead was unknown. Nonetheless, his disappearance and sacrifice were no secret in the 3,000 worlds. After all, many were present when he went to seal the void corridor. Furthermore, although the Black Ink battlefield could pass some news back to 3,000 worlds, matters related to Yang Kai were still only known to a few top officials within the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Thus, Grandmaster Ma Fan was not aware that he was here. When he came to the Black Ink battlefield, he never expected to see Yang Kai. It was natural that upon seeing an old friend, they were both overjoyed. Suddenly, Grandmaster Ma Fan's face cramped up as he said, "Yang boy, find me an open space. This old man can't hold them in any longer." Yang Kai wondered, "Hold them in? Hold who in?" Grandmaster Ma Fan snickered. "You don't think it's just us, right? There are more in my small universe." Yang Kai instantly understood what he meant. For those that were transported here, except for one Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Grandmaster Ma Fan, the rest were all in the Seventh Order. Since teleporting from the no-return pass to any of the Great Passes required a massive amount of resources, the high-rank masters would all store those in the mid-rank inside their small universes in order to save on consumption. The no-return pass had always done it like this. Since Yang Kai came to the Black Ink battlefield through an unconventional method, he had no experience in this. Thus, in his moment of elation, he forgot how people normally traveled through hyperspace arrays. After realizing his mistake, he quickly led the way. Not long after, they arrived at the square where Yang Kai had first stepped into when he initially arrived at Blue Sky Pass. This was also where the first purifying Black Ink battleship had been built. The square was huge. During the non-war period, the soldiers liked to exchange pointers here. Thus, this place was often full of people, but now it was empty. After all, most of the soldiers of Blue Sky Pass had been moved to the forward base, leaving only a small contingent behind. In the meantime, everyone dispersed and kept a distance from the newcomers. Then their small universes opened, and from the various portals numerous figures walked out, one after another. They were all in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Yang Kai initially thought that there would not be too many newcomers arriving at Blue Sky Pass, a few hundred at most. However, when the hundreds of portals were opened, with Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters continuously pouring out, He realized that his initial assumption was wrong. Grandmaster Ma Fan's small universe alone could accommodate more than 40 people, while others in the Seventh Order, whose small universes were not as large as his, could only hold a dozen or so people. After everyone came out, Xianxia was surprised to find that there were over 1,000 newcomers this time. That was a huge number. Furthermore, everyone here was in the Sixth Order and above. In other words, the cave heavens and paradises had sent at least 10 cultivators at or above the Sixth Order each, and that was not even counting the reinforcements sent to the other great passes. Which sect in the 3,000 worlds could do this? Which force had such an immeasurable heritage? Even in Voidland and the Star Boundary, how many Sixth Order or Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were there now? In fact, even if the whole Voidland and the Star Boundary were hollowed out, they would not be able to provide such a force. This just went to show how powerful and deep the heritages of the cave heavens and paradises were. A stream of light suddenly shot over from somewhere in Blue Sky Pass before coming to a hover above the square. It was none other than Zhong Liang. Everyone looked up, and Zhong Liang nodded lightly before saying out loud, "You have come from afar. This is Blue Sky Pass, and this Zhong is the Western Army commander." Everyone saluted in unison, and Zhong Liang returned the salute and continued, "You are from different cave heavens and paradises, and all of you were elites in your respective sects, but the Black Ink battlefield is different from 3,000 worlds. You need to remember that no matter which cave heaven or paradise you came from, after you set foot into Blue Sky Pass, none of that matters anymore. You are all Blue Sky Pass soldiers here, and we have only one enemy, the Black Ink clan. All those who are here now, and the ancestors who came before us, have sacrificed our blood, sweat, and even lives in this empty place to prevent the Black Ink clan from invading the 3,000 worlds. Countless have fallen on this battlefield for countless years, and the next one may be me, or it may be one of you, but as long as the cave heavens and paradises stand, the Black Ink clan will never step into 3,000 worlds. You are all from cave heavens and paradises, so before you left, the elders of your respective sects must have warned you about all of this. Blue Sky Pass and the Black Ink battlefield have many things you will gradually need to become familiar with. This Zhong will give you one piece of advice now, and I hope you will remember it in your hearts. Survive. No matter what, do not give up. I say this from the bottom of my heart, and truly hope you will keep it in mind at all times. Now, this Zhong still has responsibilities to attend to, so it is not convenient for me to remain here. Xianxia, take them to register themselves and make preparations." "Yes." Xianxia bowed. Zhong Liang turned and left. It was not troublesome to register in Blue Sky Pass, but it took some time for over 1,000 people to go through this process. As the only Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master among the newcomers, Grandmaster Ma Fan was naturally the first to register. After receiving his identity token, he went to Xianxia and handed him a jade slip. "This is what your wives had asked me to pass to you." Xianxia reached out and took it solemnly. "Many thanks." Grandmaster Ma Fan snorted. "It's understandable for someone young to be rather unscrupulous, but brat, you really have gone a little too far." Xianxia smiled awkwardly, without defending himself as he took the jade slip. He scanned it using his divine. The first one was written by Yu Ru Meng, the charmed demon saint. Then it was Xianing Chong, Shui Yu, Ji Yao, Chu Huashang, and Tao Lingwan's turn. They each only wrote a sentence or two at most. Yu Ru Meng was as hot-tempered as ever as she snapped. "If you dare to die outside, I will take my sisters and have them all remarry." Little senior sister was much gentler. "Junior brother, you must take care of yourself when you are outside. The most important thing is to make sure you protect yourself." The seductress from Inyang Cave Heaven was bold as usual. "If you are lonely outside, you can find a senior sister from Inyang Heaven to discuss the Tao of Yin and Yang. Make sure you don't look for someone else from some other place. Okay?" All this made Xianxia smile and warm his heart. There were no messages from Su Yan, Zhu Qing, and Shan Qing Luo in the jade slip. Obviously, they are still in the divine spirit ancestral land, and did not know much about what was happening in the outside world. After reading the jade slip over and over again, Xianxia held it tightly to his chest and asked, "Great Master, how is the situation over in the 3,000 worlds?" Grandmaster Ma Fan casually remarked. Things are as usual. Those who are unaware remain the same, calm and stagnant. But those in the know are all aware that there is currently a huge undercurrent surging under the seemingly calm surface. I don't really need to say much about other things. Just the influence of your star boundary alone is huge. It is truly deserving of its reputation as an open heaven realm cradle. Countless geniuses have emerged from the star boundary over the years, and every cave heaven and paradise has gained a lot. In the eyes of those great forces not in the know, the top great forces are just expanding their influence and getting stronger. However, only those of us aware of the truth understand that everything is done in preparation for the war against the Black Ink clan. So, we need to cultivate more people with greater strength. Still, the one that gained the most is not the cave heavens and paradises, but your high heaven palace. Yang Kai suddenly became interested. How so? Grandmaster Ma Fan explained. High Heaven Palace is the greatest native sect of the star boundary, and with how the great emperors there have turned the tide and saved the whole world not once, but twice, all natives of the star boundary recognize it. Many remain unaware or simply cannot comprehend how great the cave heavens and paradises are. So in the end, High Heaven Palace is still the best place in their eyes, and many of them still choose to worship under its banner. With so many genius disciples having been taught by strong elders since birth, if this trend continues, after a few thousand years, your High Heaven Palace will be able to stand on equal footing with the cave heavens and paradises. Yang Kai smiled and said, That's still a long way from now. Who can clearly say what will happen over such a great span of time? Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded and said, It is said that fate is full of uncertainties, and no one can say what will be until it is. If it was in the past, High Heaven Palace would definitely not be allowed to exist by the cave heavens and paradises. It's not that they are intolerant and greedy, but rather that so many excellent disciples could not be taken away by one sect. Each of them wants to cultivate more elite disciples to fight against the Black Ink clan. Even so, they will not move against your sect. After all, your wives are now direct disciples of various different powerful ancestors. Each of them has someone powerful standing behind them, giving them close relationships with several cave heavens and paradises. What's more, now that you, High Heaven Palace's Palace Master, have entered the Black Ink battlefield, and the higher-ups of High Heaven Palace are themselves aware of the real situation. No one wants to hinder its development, which has paved a smooth road for its growth. Yang Kai nodded happily. Before he set off from Black Territory to the Black Ink battlefield, several of his wives were indeed taken in as direct disciples of Eighth Order Open Heaven Masters. Among them, Shuiyu became a disciple of Golden Antelope Paradise's Lu Mu. Yu Ru Meng became a disciple of Myriad Demons Heaven's Mo Sha. Xianing Chang became a disciple of Divine Medicine Heaven's Ziyu. Ji Yao became a disciple of Great Battle Heaven's Pai Li. Meanwhile, Chu Huashang and Tao Lingwan, needless to say, were part of Yinyang Cave Heaven and held strong positions within their sect. The reason why these Eighth Order Masters took them as disciples was not just due to their aptitude. After all, there were countless geniuses in their own cave heavens or paradises. Their aptitudes might be the same or even better than his wives, so the main reason why they took them on was because Yang Kai was going to sacrifice himself for the peace and stability of the 3,000 worlds. Thus, they wanted to give Yang Kai some form of reassurance. It was to indicate that even if something were to happen once he entered that void corridor back then, his wives would be taken care of, and by extension, High Heaven Palace and Voidland would be protected. In short, we old fogies will ensure your widows and sect are taken care of, so that may rest assured and go all out. This was also a kind of compensation from the cave heavens and paradises. Of course, his wives were all talented enough to become direct disciples of these Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. After all, each of them had directly ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm and could thus be expected to reach the Eighth Order in the future. Fortunately, Yang Kai's personal strength and accomplishments in the Tao of Space were exceptional. On top of that, he possessed various unique methods which helped him survive. Since he came to the Black Ink battlefield from Black Territory, he had overcome plenty of difficulties and managed to live till now. Now that his wives in the Star Boundary had the backing of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, coupled with Yang Kai's previous efforts to seal up the Void Corridor alone, High Heaven Palace had the opportunity to grow and develop without interference. If not, with the cave heavens and paradises needing excellent disciples to send to the black ink battlefield, how could they possibly sit back and watch a small sect take up so many talents? It had nothing to do with avarice or envy. They simply had no choice as they held the responsibility of protecting the human race. In the face of such a noble goal, anyone or anything that stood in their way would be crushed to dust without the slightest hesitation. Now, knowing that everything in the star boundary was all right, Xianxia could finally rest easy. Since the star boundary was well and good, and High Heaven Palace was thriving with strong momentum, what else could possibly worry Xianxia? On the other hand, disciples of the cave heavens and paradises willingly shed their blood in the black ink battlefield as they waged war against the black ink clan for no other reason than a strong sense of responsibility to protect the 3,000 worlds. The situation of the star boundary and High Heaven Palace was enough to allow Xianxia to rest easy. Actually, I didn't expect to meet you so soon, Grandmaster Ma Fan sighed. I wanted to settle down in the black ink battlefield first, and then find out where you were. I didn't think that you would be here. Say, young boy, you were something like a half-disciple of Inyang Cave Heaven. So why didn't you go to Inyang Pass? Xianxia shook his head and said, I didn't come here through the normal route. So Blue Sky Pass was the first great pass that I encountered. As a result, I settled here. Overall, against the Black Ink clan, it'll be the same no matter which great pass I go to. Grandmaster Ma Fan gave him a fixed look, then nodded, fair enough. Xianxia suddenly remembered something and curiously asked, why did you come to the Black Ink battlefield, Grandmaster? You are a remnant of Great Evolution Paradise, so even if you've made it to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, logically speaking, you didn't need to come here. Grandmaster Ma Fan snorted. I don't need to be part of the cave heavens and paradises to fight against the Black Ink clan, right? As long as I have the heart, it is more than enough. Brat, what qualifications do you have to tell an old master like me that I need to be part of the cave heavens and paradises to come here? Xianxia scratched his head and could only laugh bitterly. Grandmaster, please calm yourself. Being asked to calm down only sent Grandmaster Ma Fan into a rage. Just because I was no longer part of the cave heavens and paradises this old master needed to ask their permission to come here. Great Evolution Paradise used to be one of them, and ever since I advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm I had repeatedly requested to be assigned to the Black Ink battlefield, but every single time they rejected me. Bastards! The Black Ink battlefield is not their backyard. So why not just let me come? Xianxia didn't know how to answer. He wouldn't have known about it if Grandmaster Ma Fan hadn't mentioned it himself. However, he guessed that it was probably because of this very fact that Grandmaster Ma Fan always seemed unhappy with the cave heavens and paradises. But from another standpoint, were the cave heavens and paradises not trying to protect Grandmaster Ma Fan? After all, Great Evolution Paradise had fallen, and only this old man was still around, struggling to support it by himself. If he was sent to the Black Ink battlefield, then the whole legacy of Great Evolution Paradise would probably end with him. Even Grandmaster Ma Fan must have known how the cave heavens and paradises felt about this situation. However, anger does not listen to rational explanations. If you weren't allowed to come before, why did they let you come this time? Xianxia asked. Grandmaster Ma Fan explained, isn't Blue Sky Pass in dire need of artifact refiners? This old master may be sloppy, but artifact refining is my specialty. So, this time, a few of those old ghosts actually came to me and asked me to come and support this pass. Of course, I refused. Those bastards refused Father here so many times in the past. Yet they had the gall to ask me, their father, to come out here on a whim now? Who do they think I am? Huh? How dare they? Xianxia nodded like he was a chicken pecking rice and flattered. Yes, yes, that's how it should be, Grandmaster. It was right for you to refuse. But, Grandmaster, why did you change your mind? Grandmaster Ma Fan snorted and said, this father has a firm will, but I'm still no match for those old bastards when it comes to cunning. They kept using soft and hard tactics to get me to agree, and eventually, after thinking it through, I realized that Great Evolution Paradise now has no lack of worthy successors. So, I decided I should come over to join in on the fun. Xianxia expressed his understanding, but was laughing secretly in his heart. This old man is certainly prideful. He wanted to come all along but refused out of pure stubbornness. However, now, it seemed that it is not a coincidence that Grandmaster Ma Fan was assigned to Blue Sky Pass. Due to Blue Sky Pass Crusade, they had an urgent need for a large number of artifact refiners. Furthermore, Ma Fan was extremely proficient in the Tao of artifact refining. Thus, it was only natural that he was assigned here. Grandmaster Ma Fan added, half of the 1,500 reinforcements who had came to support Blue Sky Pass this time are proficient in spirit arrays, alchemy, or artifact refining. Those who are proficient in artifact refining actually account for 80% of those numbers. I have to ask, what happened in Blue Sky Pass? Did all its artifact refiners die or something? Why do you need so many to come and support you? Xianxia laughed and said, spirit arrays, alchemy, artifact refining are all specialized professions. No matter which great pass, talents proficient in them are heavily protected and will not easily enter the battlefield. In fact, unless a great pass is destroyed, these masters won't die. No artifact refiners from Blue Sky Pass have died. The reason why we needed your help is because Blue Sky Pass launched a crusade recently, and we have now established a forward base deep within the territory of the Black Ink clan. Of course, it's still a distance away from a royal city, with 3 territory lord territories between them. Over there, soldiers have been engaging in skirmishes with the Black Ink clan on a daily basis, so warships are constantly being damaged. The original number of artifact refiners wasn't sufficient to keep up. A crusade. Grandmaster Ma Fan's eyes lit up. Not only him, but the other Open Heaven Realm masters, who had already been registered, were interestedly listening in. They were not specifically trying to eavesdrop, but Xianxia and Grandmaster Ma Fan's conversation was quite open, so it was natural for those nearby to overhear. After all, everyone here was at least in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. Before they arrived, the elders of their sects had mentioned the situation of the Black Ink battlefield to them. Thus, they had a general understanding of the status quo. But, as far as they knew, the armies of the Great Passes on the Black Ink battlefield were extremely passive and defensive. Every 100 years or so, the Great Passes would fall under siege. On the other hand, it was extremely difficult for them to go on the offensive. Thus, when they just arrived at Blue Sky Pass and heard a crusade had been made, it made them excited. After all, one would always get more passionate when on the attack than when passively defending. Senior brother, can you share more about this crusade? I'm new here, so although I know a little bit about it, it's just from word of mouth. I haven't seen it, nor participated in it. So, I'm really curious. A young man asked. Xianxia turned his head to look at the source of the voice. It was from a handsome youth who looked like he came from a wealthy background and had a face as smooth as jade. He had a dignified appearance and wore a spotless white robe. Even amongst all those in the Open Heaven realm, he stuck out. He seemed so perfect that those around him, be it consciously or unconsciously, seemed to distance themselves, as if afraid of being compared to him if they stood too close. However, this man obviously did not let this bother him. There was even a hint of arrogance in his indifferent expression. Xianxia was now in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, and he had cultivated for many years, so his vision was quite sharp. Thus, as soon as he saw this young man, he understood that he didn't just look young, but was young. He was unlike most cultivators in the Open Heaven realm, who, because of their long lifespans, it was difficult to judge their age based on their appearance alone. Based on Xianxia's estimation, this youth before him was only 200 or 300 years old. Xianxia's face remained as usual, but his heart was slightly shaken. 7th Order at 200 or 300 years old. It's not an exaggeration to say this person is a favored son of heaven. For someone at his age to reach the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, the only possible way is to directly ascend to the 7th Order. It's impossible for him to directly enter the 6th Order and then cultivate to the 7th Order in such a short time. It had to be noted that those who directly entered the 7th Order Open Heaven realm were basically precious seedlings who had the opportunity to become old ancestors in the future. Xianxia had only met one such person so far, Luo Ting. He met her in Inyang Cave Heaven's Samsara Pavilion. However, at that time, Luoting he had already been in the 7th Order for thousands of years and she had broken through to the 8th Order shortly after, so her temperament was naturally very different from this man. At such a young age, to achieve such a cultivation, he certainly had every right to be arrogant. After all, he had the capital to back up his haughtiness. This junior brother is... Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. The young man cupped his fist and saluted. Azura Cave Heaven, Zhangzhou. Yang Kai was a little stunned. Junior brother is from Azura Cave Heaven? He had also come into contact with those from Azura Cave Heaven, and all of them were fierce and vicious, completely different from Zhangzhou's gentle and dignified demeanor. In fact, if Zhangzhou had not said where he was from, Yang Kai would never have guessed that he was actually from Azura Cave Heaven. That was just how different he was from the usual militant cultivators from Azura Cave Heaven. Looking at the 3,000 worlds, out of all the cave heavens and paradises, there were two that stood out when it came to militant behavior. One was Azura Cave Heaven and the other was Great Battle Heaven. The latter obviously developed this personality in order to fight against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield. Meanwhile, the former cultivated based on the Tao of battle and slaughter. Thus, Azura Cave Heaven disciples all fought endlessly to cultivate. If they wanted to get stronger, they just had to risk their lives in life-or-death battles. Still, in the 3,000 worlds, Azura Cave Heaven was still one of the 36 cave heavens, so it was impossible for their disciples to go around wantonly killing innocents just for the sake of their cultivation. Doing so would damage their prestige too heavily for them to remain stable. Even so, they still needed some way to continue to cultivate. Thus, when their disciples wanted to practice, they just needed to go to the Azura arenas. In the arena, they could battle it out and even kill their opponents. Furthermore, the Azura arenas were extremely popular and existed in every major star city. Even the Void Star City and High Heaven Star City had Azura arenas. These arenas also brought in a hefty profit for Azura Cave Heaven. Thus, it served two purposes at once. Could be said that the Azura arenas were the foundation of Azura Cave Heaven. In the Azura arena, life and death battles were to be honored. Thus, even if an Azura Heaven disciple died inside, the sect would not take revenge. This wasn't just rhetoric, but an established truth, as many Azura Cave Heaven disciples had died in the various Azura arenas over the years. Yet the sect never pursued the matter. Yang Kai had also fought people in the Azura arena, so he was familiar with their rules. Zhangzhou directly broke through to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, so if he had come from any other cave heaven or paradise, he would definitely be guarded carefully. He would be allowed to completely immerse himself in cultivation and strive to become an old ancestor in the future. But since he was from Azura Cave Heaven, such a thing was not allowed. There were no 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Azura arena who would engage in life-or-death fights. After all, the better use for such masters was being sent to the Black Ink battlefield. Thus, Zhangzhou came here. Yang Kai had been on the Black Ink battlefield for more than 100 years, and although he was usually dealing with the Black Ink clan or cultivating, he had heard a lot of things unrelated to the war itself as well. This included things about Azura Cave Heaven. All the cave heavens and paradises would only sparingly send reinforcements to the Black Ink battlefield every 100 years, deploying only the personnel that were really needed. However, Azura Cave Heaven was the sole exception to that trend. They could not wait to send all their Open Heaven Realm Masters here. In fact, they wished they really could send in all their 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If someone calculated which sect had the largest proportion of disciples sent to the Black Ink battlefield, Azura Cave Heaven would definitely take first place. In fact, Yang Kai could not think of any other sect that had sent as many or more than Azura Cave Heaven. However, due to how they cultivated, requiring them to engage in killing, it was not uncommon for them to die in the process of growing up. Thus, the number of disciples who would advance to the Open Heaven realm was much less than other cave heavens and paradises. Even so, in terms of combat capability, Azura Cave Heaven would definitely rank among the top 3 of all cave heavens and paradises. Whenever those from Azura Cave Heaven fought, they would do so as though they held no regard for their own lives, and this gave rise to a nickname, Azura Lunatics. They were so notorious for this that it had become widespread throughout the Black Ink battlefield. Dawn also had a disciple from Azura Cave Heaven. He was just in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm though. So, when fighting against the Black Ink clan army, He could only remain inside dawning light and control the various arrays to kill the enemy. He had no chance to leave the warship, which caused him to complain to Yang Kai many times. It was only when the forward base started hunting that he finally got the chance to directly fight against those scattered Black Ink clansmen. It was the only time when someone like him, who was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, could finally come out and fight. In fact, it was when Dawn was out hunting that he was the happiest. He would not hesitate to put himself in danger just to be able to kill off his enemies. In fact, after each hunt, he would always be covered in blood and leak out an incomparable murderous intent. It was not a stretch to say that he was a madman when it came to combat. Even so, Yang Kai was relieved that his subordinate was a brave fighter. It was just that this brave fighter was also somewhat prickly. Yang Kai still liked those from Azura Cave Heaven though. He did not mind youngsters being arrogant, as long as they had the ability to back it up. Grandmaster Ma Fan whispered, "This kid is the most outstanding genius in his generation from Azura Cave Heaven. He advanced to the Emperor realm while he was around 100 years old. He then managed to advance to the Seventh Order after less than 20 years. Right now, he should be somewhere around 200. His future is many times better than yours. He's also the first person from the star boundary to advance directly to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm and is known as one of the star boundary's 2 rising stars. The other is your disciple, Xianxia. On the day he advanced to the Open Heaven realm, the top masters of the various cave heavens and paradises stationed in the star boundary all rejoiced and celebrated. After all, his successful breakthrough proved once and for all that the star boundary was worthy of its status as the Open Heaven realm cradle." Yang Kai nodded silently and did some quick calculations. When Zhang Zhou was practicing in the star boundary, he had already come to Black Ink battlefield. So, it was not strange for him to have never heard of such an outstanding person before. "What would junior brother like to know?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. Zhang Zhou said, "As long as it's about the crusade, anything is fine." Looking around, Yang Kai could see many curious eyes. Although some of the Sixth Order and Seventh Order masters standing here were older than him, on the Black Ink battlefield, age did not matter. He was a well-regarded senior to them. Yang Kai then began talking about the battle that nearly wiped out the Black Ink clan army, and many things about the crusade. As they listened, the newcomers could feel their blood boiling. They could not wait to enter the battlefield and kill tens of millions of Black Ink clansmen, to make it feel like all the time they spent cultivating had been worthwhile. Yang Kai looked at them with interest. He didn't want to throw cold water on them, as it was normal for new recruits to be eager to kill the enemy and accomplish meritorious deeds. It was only after one had actually dealt with Black Ink clan a few times that they could appreciate the hardships involved in each battle. There were 1,500 people in this group of reinforcements, so it took almost 2 hours to register everyone. Once they were all registered, Yang Kai led them to the universe array of Blue Sky Pass and asked them to leave their imprints on it. This was essential. After all, they might have to use the universe array here to escape in the future. Then, someone from the pill hall came and took away several of the alchemists. For alchemists, they did not need to be posted at the forward base, considering spirit pills could be refined in Blue Sky Pass and then sent to the front lines, which would ensure the safety of the alchemists. Currently, the main task of the pill hall was to refine more purifying Black Ink pills. The consumption of this pill was extraordinarily high. After all, when each squad went out on a mission, they needed to have at least one such pill on hand to prevent accidents. Previously, the expeditionary force could not go deeper into enemy territory because of 2 reasons. 1, the resistance encountered was too strong, and 2, the logistics could not keep up with the consumption. Especially the consumption of the purifying Black Ink pill, which was particularly serious. It could be said that 80% of what the pill hall was currently doing now was refining purifying Black Ink pills. After this whole experience with the expeditionary force, it was believed that the pill halls in every great pass would also shift their focus to refining more purifying Black Ink pills in the future. It was necessary to build up a reserve for any potential expeditionary force and to simply have the capital to push back against the Black Ink clan. After a few days in Blue Sky Pass, the newcomers were all set. In order to successfully send these 1,500 people to the forward base, Zhong Liang specially asked the War Materials Hall to bring out a massive ship. This ship had 10 floors and was over 100 meters tall while stretching more than 500 meters in length. It was an imposing sight to behold. The only downside was its combat capabilities. It had not yet reached the level of a mobile palace artifact nor a warship and was basically useless in a fight against the Black Ink clan. It was only useful as a large-scale transport. Before leaving, Zhongliang and Shintuemo, who stayed behind at Blue Sky Pass, showed up together and explained a few things to the newcomers. All the new recruits were at least in the 6th Order. Thus, they moved like the wind, and soon, all of them had boarded the large ship. Zhongliang turned to look at Yang Kai. "It's all up to you now, sir. Rest assured. They will all be sent to the forward base without a single one missing. In terms of safety, Yang Kai need not worry about that. Although there might still be some scattered Black Ink clansmen along the way, these newcomers were not weak and all of them were extremely eager to fight, as though they could not wait to encounter the Black Ink clan. They also wanted to see if the so-called Black Ink clansmen had 3 heads and 6 arms. Even if they did not meet a Black Ink clansman along the way though, it would still be fine. In fact, if they did meet one, it just meant that the Black Ink clansman's luck had run out. With how much combat power was concentrated in this one ship, there was no way a territory lord would have sat back in their domain and let them pass by. However, all territory lords were currently huddled around the royal city to protect it. Furthermore, with the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters watching them, how could they possibly show up so deep within enemy territory? Even so, Yang Kai still reminded the newcomers to be cautious and that they must remain vigilant. The large ship set sail, and Yang Kai arranged for the newcomers to take turns in managing the grand array to deliver power to the large ship. They would do so while he personally concentrated on controlling the direction the ship was headed. The deck was full of people. All of them were looking around curiously, with their divine senses scanning the surroundings, presumably looking for any hidden enemies nearby. However, to their disappointment, they did not see any Black Ink clansmen even a month after they left Blue Sky Pass. A little over a month later, they arrived at the first Transit Universe Array. There was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a battalion stationed here, guarding the Universe Array all year round. Naturally, there were also many spirit arrays around the Universe Array, some for protection, while others were to conceal its presence. In fact, if one did not know its location in advance, they probably would never have been able to find the Universe Array here, even if they were standing right next to it. After verifying their identities and the intention for their visit, the large ship was allowed to pass through the various barriers. Soon, the newcomers went to the Universe Array and one by one left their imprints behind before the ship set off again. This location was originally occupied by the Black Ink clan. In the past, it would have been impossible for the soldiers of Blue Sky Pass to dive this deep into enemy territory. However, after the Crusade, the Black Ink clan's domain was greatly diminished and this region now fell under the control of Blue Sky Pass. Currently, this far out from Blue Sky Pass, it was entirely possible to encounter scattered Black Ink clansmen. The expeditionary force had moved in a straight line, without clearing out all the enemies to the sides of the bridgehead. Although many squads were currently out hunting these remnants with the goal of cleaning up all Black Ink clansmen in the area, there would always be some fish that slipped through the net. Half a month after they passed by the first Transit Universe Array, the newcomers finally encountered some Black Ink clansmen. It was just a group of a few dozen enemies without even a feudal lord around. With Yang Kai's consent, hundreds of newcomers rushed out and slaughtered the dozens of Black Ink clansmen. The battle ended as quickly as it broke out. Even the weakest of the newcomers was in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, and there was no shortage of those in the 7th Order. Thus, how could such a small and weak team of Black Ink clansmen possibly be their opponent? After a dozen breaths of time, they were all slaughtered. It was so quick that most newcomers only had the time to take a look at what those Black Ink clansmen looked like, without the opportunity to make any moves at all. It was Zhang Zhou who killed the most. He killed 3 Black Ink clansmen by himself, but he was left very dissatisfied. These Black Ink clansmen were too weak. They were at most equivalent to cultivators in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. With him being in the 7th Order, he was basically playing with toddlers. Yang Kai had no intention of extending time on the road. After all, the newcomers would be quickly assigned to various squads when they reached the forward base, and they would soon get used to fighting against the Black Ink clan. Although he did not intend to dally, the Black Ink clan did take notice of the huge ship they were on. After all, it was too conspicuous to miss. Thus, after passing the first universe array, they would often encounter some scattered Black Ink clan groups. The largest groups had hundreds of enemies, but without at least one feudal lord, these Black Ink clan groups were just like the passing wind. Now, the newcomers were all standing on the deck, looking forward to seeing more, to have an opportunity to kill more Black Ink clansmen. As he approached the second universe array, Xianxia suddenly frowned and looked in a particular direction. At that location, there seemed to be a lot of Black Ink clansmen gathering. Xianxia even detected a feudal lord among them. They were very close to the universe array, and although there was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a battalion assigned to protect this location, due to the importance of this place, they were only responsible for protecting the spirit array. They were not tasked to clean up the surrounding Black Ink clansmen. If the large ship of newcomers were to approach the universe array, the Black Ink clan might discover its location. With that in mind, Xianxia changed their heading slightly, sailing straight for where the Black Ink clansmen were gathering. Half an hour later, a battle broke out, and the newcomers, as always, rushed out with their blood boiling. There were a lot of Black Ink clansmen gathered, but still fewer than the newcomers themselves. In that chaotic battle, many Black Ink clansmen were wounded, if not killed, and even the feudal lord was killed by Xianxia. Xianxia had advanced to the 7th Order not long ago and still needed to consolidate his cultivation. Even so, the feudal lord was still not his opponent, which went to show how powerful the cultivators from Azura Cave Heaven were. Xianxia had found out that this guy's polite appearance was just a disguise. He was no different from any other Azura Cave Heaven disciple he met in battle, bloodthirsty and vicious. Xianxia was the last to return, covered in fresh black blood with his murderous aura as strong as ever. The others on board looked at him in awe. Xianxia checked on him, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. "Junior brother, are you injured?" Xianxia slowly shook his head. "Senior brother, it's just a small scratch. It's no big deal." Xianxia nodded and earnestly explained, "Battles against the Black Ink clan must not be taken lightly. Perhaps they are not as powerful as you, but they have their unique abilities." Xianxia nodded and said, "I understand." Xianxia smiled and said, "In that case, rest." Xianxia silently sat cross-legged. After making sure there were no other Black Ink clansmen around, Xianxia sailed the large ship towards the universe array. Having experienced this once before, this time, without Xianxia needing to give any orders, everyone already knew what to do and moved to leave their imprints the universe array before setting off again. There were only 2 transit universe arrays between Blue Sky Pass and the forward base, so after passing the second, it would only take a month for the reinforcements to reach their final destination. For Xianxia, that would mean that he had basically completed the task assigned to him. The rest would be handled by Ding Yao and Liang Yulong, who would be assigning the newcomers to their respective squads and roles. After several small skirmishes, the morale of the newcomers was at an all-time high, and some overly excited ones were even encouraging Xianxia to look around to see if they could find more Black Ink clansmen. Xianxia naturally wouldn't agree to their request. Thus, many of the excited newcomers soon grew bored. On the deck, Grandmaster Ma Fan suddenly whispered, "Is there something wrong?" Xianxia turned to look at him. "Grandmaster, why would you suddenly ask such a question?" Grandmaster Ma Fan frowned and shook his head. "I can't say for certain, but it feels as though you're concealing something." Xianxia smiled. "What could I possibly be concealing? Everyone here is still new to the Black Ink battlefield, but they will all one day experience what it's like to suffer a loss here. Through that pain, they'll be able to wise up. Of course, if everything remains so smooth, it won't be good either. They'll start to get too prideful and arrogant. The Black Ink clansmen we've encountered so far were all not strong and they were few in number, so they were easy to deal with. But if we come across a large army like those during the siege, it will be different." Grandmaster Ma Fan looked at him, still suspicious, even though he knew that Xianxia's words were right. At that moment, Xianxia gently clapped his hands, attracting the attention of all the newcomers. "You're all new here, but now that you've seen Black Ink clansmen, and even killed some of them, I need to warn you. Don't think that they will always be as weak as this. If you dare to think in this manner, you probably won't be far from your graves. The Black Ink clan is an extremely difficult race to deal with. Their numbers are inexhaustible, and they will stop at nothing till they kill us all. What's more, they have all kinds of strange and insidious abilities. For countless years, the human race has fought against them on this Black Ink battlefield and guarded the tranquility of the 3,000 worlds with only one principle: be cautious and careful. I hope that after you arrive at the forward base and join your respective squads, you can also learn from our predecessors. Only by surviving can you kill more Black Ink clansmen. Carelessness will only lead to annihilation. Many newcomers listened openly and nodded lightly, but some did not move and remained silent. After all, they were all in the 6th order and above. None of them could be considered children. They had been cultivating for so many years, so they knew the truth and felt they did not need to be lectured like this. Xianxia took a look around at the crowd for a moment, smiling lightly before he turned to look at a particular individual and asked, "Junior brother Xianxia, do you have anything to add?" Xianxia was startled and slowly shook his head. No, Xianxia seemed to be anticipating something as he smiled warmly. "Is there really nothing you'd like to say?" Xianxia frowned slightly but didn't say a word. Just when the newcomers were wondering why Xianxia suddenly called out Xianxia, the latter suddenly pushed his aura. His world force rumbled, and he slammed a palm to the side. When this sudden change happened, no one managed to react, not even Grandmaster Ma Fan, who was standing nearby. Standing beside Xianxia were a few 6th order masters. They were caught completely unprepared while Xianxia was merciless with his strike. With the power of this palm, these 6th order open heaven realm masters would be gravely injured even if they did not die. However, his palm was abruptly stopped. Almost immediately after he made his move, Xianxia had rushed towards Xianxia. When the two palms collided, world force rampaged. The fallout of an exchange between two masters in the 7th order was extremely violent, and the shockwave was so strong it split the boat in half. Only then did the newcomers realize that something was wrong, and they all spread out. When they looked back, Xianxia was already fighting with Xianxia. Both of them were extremely fast, and neither had any intention of defending at all. They simply continued to attack each other recklessly. Cultivators from Azura Cave Heaven were like this. No matter how gentle and elegant they appeared in normal times, once they fought they would change into complete madmen. Even so, the newcomers didn't expect that the genial senior brother, who came to welcome their batch of newcomers, would be even stronger and more ferocious than Xianxia. No one could understand what was happening, except for Grandmaster Ma Fan, who frowned thoughtfully. As the battle continued, many people still could not comprehend what had happened. Nonetheless, they grew more curious about Xianxia's identity. After all cultivators from Azura Cave Heaven were crazy when in battle. Even if they were in the same realm, cultivators from the other cave heavens and paradises were not willing to easily clash with those from Azura Cave Heaven, mainly because they really went for the kill when they fought. Even Xianxia, who was just a newcomer and who had just advanced to the 7th order, was not weaker than most veterans in the 7th order who had advanced more than 100 years ago. Even in the face of the most senior 7th order masters, Xianxia could still put up a fight. Therefore, many newcomers were surprised when they saw that Xianxia had suppressed Xianxia within just a few breaths of time. Just next to Grandmaster Ma Fan, a 7th order master frowned and asked, "Grandmaster, which cave heaven or paradise does this senior brother come from?" Although they had been together for so many days, and Xianxia was the person responsible for welcoming and guiding them, he had never once introduced himself. Meanwhile, the newcomers had only been thinking about fighting the Black Ink clan, so no one had asked about his origins. As a result, until now, no one knew much about Xianxia, only that he was in the 7th order masters from some cave heaven or paradise. Grandmaster Ma Fan slowly sighed. "He's not from any of the cave heavens or paradises. He is the Lord of the Star Boundary." The person who asked the question was surprised. The Lord of the Star Boundary? Someone suddenly remembered something, raised his brow and said, "The one who left Black Territory to seal up a void corridor?" Black Territory and the Royal Lord. There was a major event in the 3,000 worlds. During that time, there was a lot of noise inside every cave heaven and paradise, and many had participated in the battle to kill the Royal Lord. All those who were sent to fight were in the 7th order or above. As for those who did not participate, many had still heard about Xianxia before, as his name was just that famous. However, there were only a handful of people who had met him in person, so it was only natural that they could not recognize him. And him? Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded. So that's why. No wonder senior brother Yang can easily suppress Zhang Zhou. Someone sighed with emotion. Xianxia's deeds were practically legendary in the 3,000 worlds. When he was still in the Emperor realm, he stirred up the entire 3,000 worlds because he wanted to directly ascend to the 7th order open heaven realm. As a result, it attracted the joint suppression of several cave heavens and paradises. When he was just a 6th order master, he fought with and killed a master in the 7th order from Thousand Cranes Paradise. Even so, the event that really made him famous was the war in Black Territory. After fighting in that great battle, he alone dove into a void corridor, using his mastery over the Tao of space to seal it. He had not returned, and there was no news of him since then. Such a legend had actually been standing amongst them, yet none of them knew. However, if they thought about it carefully, he was indeed one of the few people who could possibly set foot in the black ink battlefield without having any cave heaven or paradise behind him. Grandmaster, why did senior brother Zhang Zhou suddenly try to kill me? Someone asked. Grandmaster Ma Fan sighed. Before you came here, you must have been given some information by your elders, right? They must have at least warned you about the dangers of the black ink battlefield. Zhang Zhou is someone from Azura Cave Heaven, so there would obviously be no reason for him to suddenly attack his allies if he was still sane. Since he did so, there must be a reason for it, and you all must have your own guesses. So why bother to ask this old master? Someone immediately exclaimed, Senior brother Zhang Zhou was corrupted by black ink strength. Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded. Besides that, there is no other explanation. Zhang Zhou is now a black ink disciple. But when did he get corrupted by black ink strength? I've been around him this whole time and didn't notice anything strange. Grandmaster Ma Fan thought carefully. Didn't Zhang Zhou dive into a black ink cloud to pursue that feudal lord some time ago? It is most likely when that happened. He must have been invaded by black ink strength at that time. Everyone was busy killing the enemy except for Grandmaster Ma Fan, who did not make a move at the time. Thus, he noticed some finer details that others had missed. It was now obvious that when Zhang Zhou returned, Xianxia had already noticed, and that was the reason he asked Zhang Zhou if something was wrong. Otherwise, there was no way to explain what happened next, let alone explain why Zhang Zhou suddenly attacked and Xianxia could stop him in time. Xianxia had clearly been waiting for this to happen. At this thought, Grandmaster Ma Fan snickered and shook his head. Xianxia was aware of this and was confident he could deal with it. Thus, there was no need to worry about anything else. That brat most likely didn't immediately resolve the issue because he wanted to take this opportunity to teach these newcomers a lesson. It didn't have to be Zhang Zhou who got corrupted. It just happened to be him, so Yang Boy just made use of it. It was just as Xianxia had said. People grew from experiences, especially painful ones. On the black ink battlefield, being arrogant and prideful would never end well. Even more so for someone like Zhang Zhou, who advanced directly into the 7th order and was raised by Azura Cave Heaven. He was the best of the best, so it was only natural for him to grow arrogant. Even when Zhang Zhou noticed himself being invaded by black ink strength, his first instinct was to solve the issue himself, so he was unwilling to ask others for help. Unfortunately, he overestimated his own ability and underestimated the horror of black ink strength. Now, after being fully corrupted, he had degenerated into a black ink disciple. Grandmaster, do we need to help? Someone asked. Since this was the legendary Xianxia who was able to kill someone in the 7th order when he was only in 6th order, now that he was in the 7th order, he naturally would not face any issues dealing with Zhang Zhou. However, different situations had their own difficulties. With the strength Xianxia had shown, it was clear he would easily be able to defeat Zhang Zhou, but it might prove difficult to capture him alive. However, if the Grandmaster took action, there would certainly not be any problems. Still, Grandmaster Ma Fan shook his head and said, No need. The outcome has already been decided. Everyone turned their heads back and saw Zhang Zhou's figure becoming more and more sluggish. It was as if he was slowly sinking into a swamp. Every time he moved, space principles would bind him down more intensely. Soon, pitch-black black ink strength poured out from Xianxia's body, and even his eyes turned black, making him look extremely ominous. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not extricate himself from his situation. His movements were getting smaller and smaller, as if he was chained by invisible forces, and after a while, he was completely unable to move despite the surging black ink strength inside and outside of him. Yang Kai then stretched out his hand and dragged Zhang Zhou back to the crowd of newcomers. The newcomers swiftly distanced themselves. They did not want to be contaminated by black ink strength, after all. However, at this moment they were thoroughly shocked. No one expected that two people, who were both in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, would have such a decisive winner, and that one of them would be easily captured alive. To be able to do this meant that Yang Kai had completely eclipsed Zhang Zhou in terms of strength. When Yang Kai left Black Territory, he was only in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. He only recently, a little more than 100 years ago, managed to advance to the Seventh Order on the Black Ink battlefield. Thus, technically, he was still a newly promoted Seventh Order Master. Thus, he should be on par with Zhang Zhou in terms of them both being new to the Seventh Order. Even so, the difference in their strength was so astonishing it left all the newcomers in shock. Zhang Zhou was still struggling, but under the shackles of space principles, he seemed to have been exiled to another time and space. No matter how hard he struggled, it did not help. Yang Kai did not immediately disperse the black ink strength in his body. Rather, he continued his lesson. Black ink disciples are rare nowadays, but even so, you need to be aware of this truth. Everyone here should already know that if a black ink disciple does not stimulate the black ink strength inside of them, their outer appearance will be no different to that of a normal cultivator, making it difficult to identify them. In the past, if a cultivator was invaded by black ink strength, it was impossible to resolve unless they sacrificed a piece of their small universe. That was the only method our ancestors had to deal with the corruption of black ink strength. The moment black ink strength invaded their small universe, they would immediately cut off that part of their small universe. That was the only way to protect themselves. This is why you will see some in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm in Blue Sky Pass. When they came to the black ink battlefield, they were the same as you. They were in the lowest order acceptable here, the Sixth Order, but after continuously sacrificing parts of their small universe, their order regressed. Naturally, sacrificing one's small universe comes with risks and side effects. Their future martial Dao was cut off, and their situation became more dangerous. With their more unstable foundation, it became harder to resist black ink strength. So, they either ended up dead or could no longer resist the corruption of black ink strength and eventually degenerated into black ink disciples. For our ancestors, being reduced to becoming black ink disciples was a fate far worse than death. After all, once they became black ink disciples, they would become slaves of the black ink clan and would be enemies of the human race. So, most would choose to die rather than become black ink disciples. However, life is full of uncertainties, and after each war, there would be an indefinite number of humans who were corroded by black ink strength and reduced to black ink disciples. Fortunately, we humans now have means to fight back against the invasion of black ink strength. While speaking, Yang Kai took out a spirit pill. Blue Sky Pass was fortunate enough to obtain an incomplete ancient pill recipe while exploring a sealed world. Under the leadership of two great Grandmaster alchemists, the pill hall was able to deduce the pill recipe for the purifying black ink pill. This pill in my hand is one such pill. Once taken, you will be able to resist black ink strength for a certain period of time. Can also disperse a certain amount of black ink strength inside one's small universe. However, this pill has its own limitations. If you have already become a black ink disciple, taking it will have no effect, so you cannot be too over-reliant on it when fighting against the Black Ink clan and always need to remain cautious. Someone then asked, Senior Brother Yang, according to you, it is useless for Senior Brother Zhang Zhou to take a purifying black ink pill in this situation. So what should we do? Yang Kai smiled and explained, In this situation, we have to use other means to deal with it. Saying so, his left and right hands suddenly lit up with yellow and blue light. He clasped his palms together, and a pure white light illuminated the void. The white light enveloped Xianxia, and in an instant, a sound which reassembled sizzling oil could be heard. Xianxia struggled in pain, but as the sound died down, the black ink strength in his body was dispersed and purified, allowing him to calm down within a few breaths. That was purifying light. It can be used to dispel and purify black ink strength, and is arguably the greatest nemesis of black ink strength. The newcomers whispered to each other for a while. Many obviously held great interest in the purifying light. After all, if they could learn the secret technique, they would no longer need to fear the black ink strength's corruption when they fought on the black ink battlefield. Xianxia didn't tell them that only he could perform this secret technique. After all, they would stay on the black ink battlefield for a long time and would naturally learn more about it when the time was right. Even he had to learn how it could be used in the black territory. At that time, he had little understanding of purifying light's properties, but eventually, he learned and managed to restore most of the black ink disciples to their original states. He then turned his head to look at Xianxia. You should have asked for help as soon as possible. Before the appearance of purifying light and purifying black ink pills, the corruption of black ink strength was an unsolvable problem for the human race. Even those in the Eighth Order were helpless against it and would need to sacrifice part of their small universes just to maintain their sense of self, not to mention someone like you who has just entered the Seventh Order. Xianxia was drenched in a cold sweat as he fearfully said, "This junior brother was careless. What senior brother has taught me will forever be engraved in my mind." Xianxia nodded and said, "Let's go." The group continued on their way, but because the large ship was destroyed in the conflict between Xianxia and Xianxia, everyone could only fly the rest of the way to the forward base. Fortunately, this place was not far from their destination. Thus, they only needed to avoid some large black ink cloud on the way. Xianxia had no intention of making Xianxia understand he was being too arrogant. It was just that, as the person tasked to be their escort, he had the obligation and responsibility to teach these newcomers about the dangers of black ink strength. Furthermore, letting them witness these dangers with their own eyes was far more convincing than mere verbal warnings. He believed that after the incident with Xianxia, no one would dare to underestimate the Black Ink clan ever again. Grandmaster Ma Fan flew over to Xianxia and used his divine sense to send him a message. "Brat, who developed the purifying light secret technique. Is it difficult to learn?" Xianxia was a little speechless as he didn't expect that Grandmaster Ma Fan would be so interested in purifying light. "If I could teach you, I would. But this secret technique is unable to be used by anyone besides me. So, I have to apologize." Grandmaster Ma Fan then wondered, "If that's the case, why are you able to use it?" Xianxia replied, "Because of a gift from the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer." After some explanation, Grandmaster Ma Fan showed a regretful look. "So that's how it is. This secret technique can only be performed by you alone, and others cannot do it." Exactly. Although the number of people in this group was large, all of them were above the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Thus, their pace was pretty quick. After another month, the forward base came into view. Along the way, the newcomers' enthusiasm for killing the Black Ink clan was still high, but their initial careless attitude had been thoroughly ground down, and they were now much more wary of the enemy. The arrival of the newcomers did not cause any waves. After all, there were not that many people idle in the forward base. Most of those who were stationed here were either resting or out on hunting missions. Xianxia went straight to Dingyao, which marked the completion of his task. He then bid farewell to Grandmaster Ma Fan and returned to where Dawn was stationed. The squad members were all recuperating, and Xianxia did not want to bother them, so he just went back to his residence to cultivate. There was still a little time left before the next mission, so he took advantage of this time to restore his energy. 2 months later, Dawn was ready to go. Xianxia picked up the repaired dawning light from the refining hall and set sail once again. The plan of fortifying the forward base and clearing the area around it had been going smoothly. Now, all conflicts in the Blue Sky Theater would basically only break out around the forward base. As such, for the human race, it was necessary to eliminate the Black Ink clan wandering around and further reduce whatever territory the Black Ink clan controlled. Meanwhile, for the Black Ink clan, their priority was to recapture occupied territories. Thus, both sides engaged in a continuous campaign around the forward base. However, major conflicts were rare, as it was even rarer for the Territory Lords and Eighth Order Masters to get involved. The Territory Lords had suffered huge losses in the previous war, and it would be difficult for them to restore their numbers in a short time. Thus, none wanted to venture out too far from the royal city. On top of that, unless circumstances were special, if they wanted to withdraw from a fight, the Eighth Order humans could do nothing about it. As such, the top masters from both sides preferred to spend their time recuperating. After the newcomers joined the forward base, its strength increased greatly. The arrival of hundreds of artifact refiners alone was enough to ensure the continuous combat capability of each squad. Some years later, the small-scale skirmishes between the two sides only became fiercer. It was especially obvious to the squads who were out hunting. The biggest change was that when they were out of the forward base, they would encounter larger groups of Black Ink clansmen. Enemy groups were sometimes so large that they numbered in the tens of thousands. Thus, the initial plan to clear the surrounding region and build up a solid defensive position got more difficult as time passed. Furthermore, they did not know why the Black Ink clan's resistance suddenly became so strong once again. There were more humans casualties and even more in the Black Ink clan. Even the Territory Lords and the Eighth Order Masters fought more frequently than before. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was basically the Black Ink clan's final stand. After all, as long as they could survive this period, the overall situation would stabilize. If the human race continued to push forward, and more territory was taken from them though, the royal city would be in peril. Not to mention, the flanks between the forward base and Blue Sky Pass would eventually also fall under the control of the human race. If this came to pass, Blue Sky Pass would completely change the landscape of the battlefield and hold a significant advantage. Inside the forward base, in a sealed space deep underground, a pillar was rooted to the ground. The floor was covered with spirit arrays, and there was a Black Ink clansman bound by the arrays to the pillar. No matter how the Black Ink clansman struggled, he could not break free from his shackles. Judging from the power emanating from this Black Ink clansman, he was obviously a feudal lord. In fact, even among the feudal lords, this one was quite strong. It was unfortunate that even he did not know who had captured him and imprisoned him here. Right in front of that feudal lord, two figures stood side by side. One was Xianxia, and the other was Grandmaster Ma Fan. After showcasing the power of purifying light in front of Grandmaster Ma Fan, the old man became extremely interested in it. Although Xianxia repeatedly reiterated that only he could cast it, he still continued to pester Xianxia with questions, obviously wanting to study it more. However, his research was built on the foundation of torturing Black Ink clansmen. For decades, in his spare time, Ma Fan had been researching and refining an artifact that could exert the power of the purifying light. He was, after all, an artifact-refining great grandmaster, someone capable of even refining mobile palace artifacts and warships. Furthermore, Xianxia was not staying somewhere far away. Thus, he would go up to him and get him to help in his research whenever possible. Naturally, Ma Fan was swamped with work most of the time. After all, he was an artifact refiner and needed to repair the damaged warships and fortify the forward base, so his research was somewhat intermittent. Nonetheless, a decade ago he had a breakthrough in his research. He had developed a spear artifact, which was no more than 3 meters long. He named it the Evil Purging Divine Spear, an extremely rustic name. In fact, Xianxia had expressed his disdain for the name more than once, but the old man ignored him and continued to name it as he pleased. Xianxia also did not know who had captured the feudal lord, who was bound here. Nonetheless, it was easy to tell that the one who captured this feudal lord must have been an Eighth Order master. Moreover, since the old man's research involved purifying light, which would be of great benefit to the human race if it was successful, he was definitely being supported by Zhongliang and the other army commanders. Xianxia was also looking forward to it. After all, if Grandmaster Ma Fan's research was successful, the human race would gain a powerful weapon against the Black Ink clan. It might even be able to disrupt the current stalemate. The war on the Black Ink battlefield had raged on for countless years, with neither side having a decisive advantage. The human race relied on their great passes and warships to resist the attacks of the Black Ink clan. making it difficult for them to break through and invade the 3,000 worlds. Meanwhile, although the Black Ink clan always suffered heavy losses after each major war, the humans could not completely weed them out, since as long as they had enough Black Ink nests and resources, they could quickly restore their numbers and find a chance to make a comeback. This was how the Black Ink battlefield had maintained its balance for countless years. Xianxia's arrival broke this pattern to a certain extent. He brought purifying light, universe arrays, and purifying Black Ink pills. These had allowed Blue Sky pass enough leeway to launch a crusade and achieve something that countless ancestors could only dream of. Even so, currently the crusade was at an impasse. They had reached another deadlock. Under the increasingly tough resistance of the Black Ink clan, they could no longer move forward. The arrival of Grandmaster Ma Fan might be able to break the pattern again. Of course, his research was still only in its early stages. Technically, there were a lot of artifact refining great grandmasters in the human race. In fact, every great pass had at least 2 to 3 of them. Furthermore, in terms of artifact refining skills, Grandmaster Ma Fan was only on par with them, with no one being better than the other. The key difference was in their way of thinking and overall perspective. He was given a problem and had a different way of seeing it from the other artifact refining great grandmasters, especially since he had just arrived at the Black Ink battlefield. In the old man's own words, the artifact refining great grandmasters stuck in the Black Ink battlefield have lived far too long following the same pattern, so all they thought about was defense. Thus, they were extremely focused on methods to make the mobile palace artifacts and warships more durable and how to reduce the losses of human soldiers. He was different though. Although he was definitely old, he could be said to be a rookie here. Thus, he had the vigor and determination of a newcomer. From his perspective, the best defense was a good offense. After all, no matter how strong or tough the walls were, there was no point if they could not eradicate the Black Ink clan. It was precisely this unique perspective that gave birth to the idea of developing the evil-purging divine spear. Of course, it also had something to do with Xianxia showing him purifying light while guiding and teaching the newcomers upon their initial arrival. At that time, Xianxia had said something which he may not have realized had become deeply ingrained in Grandmaster Ma Fan's heart. Purifying light is the greatest nemesis of Black Ink strength. If it was the nemesis of Black Ink strength, why not find ways to further utilize it? Since purifying light could only be cast by Xianxia, Ma Fan wanted to further strengthen it by using an artifact. This would allow it to be used offensively. With this in mind, the evil-purging divine spear came into being. This was also strongly supported by Zhongliang and the others. In fact, the feudal lord imprisoned here was captured by Zhongliang himself. Furthermore, this was not the first feudal lord that had been captured. Before this, there were plenty of other feudal lords, but they had eventually been killed as the old man continued his research. Come, the same old thing. This version of the evil-purging divine spear has been improved by this old master after much careful consideration. Seal some purifying light inside, Grandmaster Ma Fan said, handing the long artifact in his hand to Xianxia. Xianxia took a look at it and nodded. I hope it won't be like last time. It exploded before I could even use it. The evil-purging divine spear was meant to be used against the Black Ink clan, so it needed him to seal purifying light in it just like how he originally sealed purifying light in the purifying Black Ink battleships. However, the purifying Black Ink battleships were huge, and they had many spirit arrays which were all properly arranged for different purposes. Thus, it was not that difficult to seal purifying light inside of them. The evil-purging divine spear was very different. This artifact was only 3 meters long, but it not only had to seal purifying light inside, it also had to increase its lethality. This required great artifact refining skills and was something only an artifact refining great grandmaster like Ma Fan could do. The difficulty of accomplishing this was further proven when he, even after so long, had not succeeded. Every time during the experiment, there would always be some kind of problem which would lead to the result being unsatisfactory. Last time was the most ridiculous. Xianxia had just sealed purifying light inside the spear when it exploded. At that time, all kinds of burnt materials splattered across Xianxia's face, making it black like coal, while all his hair had been sticking up after being blown away. Even the old man could not stop himself from laughing at the comical scene. This time, Yang Kai brought up that incident again, and Grandmaster Ma Fan immediately glared at him. It'll be fine. Why would it not? Brat, you're so long-winded. Look, you already know that if this succeeds, we will be famous. Our names will go down in history and will last forever. At that time, we can basically take half the credit for eradicating the Black Ink clan. They had been getting along with each other for many years and knew each of their backgrounds and personalities. So, they hardly had any scruples when speaking with each other. Yang Kai naturally knew the importance of the evil purging divine spear, so he stopped talking about it and began casting purifying light while holding the evil purging divine spear. Under normal circumstances, once purifying light had been cast, unless Yang Kai deliberately suppressed it, it would slowly dissipate. After all, strictly speaking, purifying light was just a form of energy that appeared as white light. Under Yang Kai's control, though, the dazzling white light slowly poured into the evil purging divine spear. The spear contained a small storage space, which Grandmaster Ma Fan improved upon after carefully studying the various spirit arrays in the purifying black ink battleship. The feudal lord, who was bound not too far away, suddenly became restless. His eyes were round as he stared at the deadly white light, madly struggling to escape. It was evident that his eyes were filled with horror. Purifying light was the nemesis of black ink strength, so although this feudal lord didn't know what the white light was, he instinctively felt threatened by it. Both Yang Kai and Grandmaster Ma Fan were not surprised by this situation, as every feudal lord who had been captured before reacted the same way when they saw purifying light. But their minds were completely focused on the evil purging divine spear at the moment. Under the close attention of two pairs of eyes, the purifying light slowly disappeared without a trace, completely pouring into the evil purging divine spear. When the light disappeared entirely, Grandmaster Ma Fan heaved a sigh of relief. Success! It did not explode this time. The improvements I've taken so long to make have finally paid off. Now, it's time to test the efficacy of the evil purging divine spear. It was not easy to refine this spear, and even though it is only 3 meters long, it consumed a lot of precious materials. It also took Grandmaster Ma Fan a lot of effort to produce. All kinds of problems encountered during its development were solved by him alone, as he had never asked for help from others. He couldn't get help either. After all, the other artifact refiners had their own tasks and no one had the time or energy to help him. Grandmaster Ma Fan looked up at Yang Kai. Will you be the one that does it? Or me? Yang Kai checked the evil purging divine spear and said, I'll do it. Grandmaster Ma Fan gave a nod and his hand seals changed. The spirit array in the secret room flickered, and the binding power suddenly disappeared. The feudal lord, who had been bound to the pillar, had been struggling the whole time. Naturally, it was futile with the restraint of the spirit arrays, but immediately after Grandmaster Ma Fan released the restraints, the feudal lord took action. There was no way out of this secret room, so the feudal lord only had one choice, which was to pounce on Yang Kai and Grandmaster Ma Fan. The black ink strength madly surged and turned into a mass of black mist that enveloped him. He then moved as swiftly as the wind. With a faint boom, the feudal lord let out a pained scream as a figure rushed at him and struck him with a powerful force. The feudal lord noticed there was a sharp pain in his abdomen, and when he looked down to check, his pupil suddenly shrank, he did not know when. But there was now a spear lodged into his abdomen, the same one the two humans were mulling over before. For feudal lords, such an injury was not considered light, but it was not considered fatal either. Thus, as long as they had enough time, they could restore themselves. But the terror in the feudal lord's eyes at this moment was thick and overflowing. He sensed that from the spear, a mysterious energy was suddenly spreading out. It poured into his body and quickly dissolved the foundation of his power. The feudal lord was horrified. He thought back to what he had seen before and knew that it must have been that dazzling white light which had made him feel uneasy. Reaching out his hand, he ruthlessly pulled the spear out of his body, causing black blood to freely splatter around. He wanted to urge his black ink strength to stop the flow of blood spilling and seal his wound. However, he could not stimulate it to heal his wound at all. The mysterious energy lingered in the wound, like maggots on rotting bones, dispersing any black ink strength he tried to condense there. Worse, it was also eating away at his strength. Looking down, he could even see a dazzling white light blooming from inside the wound. "Kill me and you can go free," Xianxia shouted and rushed forward to punch the feudal lord. The feudal lord gritted his teeth and fought back, exchanging blows with Xianxia. He didn't know if what this human said was true, but regardless, he could not sit still and wait to die. After all, he was a proud black ink clansman who had become a feudal lord. He was resilient and would not give up hope so easily. However, his own situation was worse than he had thought. Under the erosion of the mysterious energy, his strength had plummeted, and no matter how hard he tried, it was difficult for him to exert much of his strength. After half an hour, the feudal lord fell to the ground panting. His face was strangely pale, and the huge gap in strength between him and his enemy made him no longer want to resist. Even so, he was unwilling to die here in total ignorance. Thus, he looked at Xianxia and indignantly asked, "What kind of power is that?" Xianxia looked down at him, his expression unfazed. "Us humans have been fighting against your black ink clan for countless years, and the situation has not changed much in all that time. Neither side holds a clear advantage, so it is obvious that you are not stronger than us. Instead, all you rely on is your black ink strength. Tell me, without it, what are you? Simple, you are nothing." Black ink strength possessed an overwhelming corruptive property, especially to the small universes of open heaven realm masters. Once black ink strength invaded one's small universe, there was basically no solution. Before Xianxia arrived on the black ink battlefield, the human race had fought against the black ink clan under these harsh conditions. This was why the human race heavily relied on a large number of warships to provide favorable platforms for cultivators below the Seventh Order open heaven realm to fight. The Seventh Order masters, on the other hand, often had to fight the black ink clan in close combat. Not only did they have to resist the attacks of those from the black ink clan, but they also had to constantly resist the corruption of black ink strength. This made it difficult for them to display their full strength. Just now, the strength of this feudal lord had been suppressed by the purifying light that was invading his body. The black ink clan finally had a taste of the same suffering that the human race had experienced over the course of countless millennia. The black ink clan had been relying on the black ink strength, but now the human race could rely on purifying light. Instead of killing the feudal lord, Xianxia simply imprisoned him once more. His injuries weren't serious, so he would be back on his feet with some rest after the remaining purifying light had dissipated, allowing Grandmaster Ma Fan to continue experimenting on him. The suppression effect is about 30%. Xianxia stated his conclusion outside the secret room. The so-called 30% was how much the evil purging divine spear's purifying light could suppress the feudal lord's black ink strength. It was quite a terrifying number. If an ordinary master were to suddenly lose 30% of their strength in a battle against an evenly matched opponent, they would almost certainly be doomed. Not to mention that in the same realm, a seventh-order human was generally stronger than a feudal lord to begin with. It could be foreseen that if the evil purging divine spear was introduced into the battlefield, the seventh-order masters would be able to slaughter feudal lords as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. Nonetheless, the old man was still dissatisfied with these results and slowly shook his head. There's still room for improvement. After this thing hits the enemy, the release of the purifying light is a bit slow. If a feudal lord reacts quickly and pulls it out before the purifying light fully erupts, it may not be very effective. Do you have any good suggestions? Xianxia couldn't help but burst into laughter. That's your field of expertise. I'm just assisting you. What advice can possibly I give? Grandmaster Ma Fan knew he would say this and was just asking for the sake of asking. All right, this old master will come up with something. Saying so, he turned around and left. Xianxia called out from behind, Grandmaster, 2 hands are better than 1. Why don't you have a chat with Grandmaster Donghua and the others? The old man didn't say anything, so it was hard to tell whether he was listening or not. In any case, after this experiment, Xianxia knew that the evil purging divine spear had basically been successfully completed. It was just that it was far from meeting the criteria for general use on the battlefield. In the Great War between the two races, The people responsible for changing the course of the war were always the small number of top masters, such as those in the Eighth Order masters or territory lords, the old ancestors and royal lords. Grandmaster Ma Fan refined the evil-purging divine spear not just to deal with feudal lords, but also to deal with the territory lords. The royal lords were just too strong, so even if the purifying light did work on them, no one could guarantee its effect. There were also far too many feudal lords, so it would not be practical to use the evil-purging divine spears on them. Firstly, most artifact refiners could not refine them, and secondly, Xianxia did not have the time, energy, or resources to seal purifying light into so many evil-purging divine spears. As such, the optimal targets were the territory lords. The best steel should be used to make the sharpest blade. Currently, the evil-purging divine spear was able to suppress 30% of a feudal lord's strength, but that didn't mean it could do the same against a territory lord. However, even if it was only 10% effective, it would be enough to drastically tilt the outcome of a battle. It was difficult to replicate Blue Sky Pass's 100-year plan. Several decades ago, the Black Ink clan had suffered a huge loss outside Blue Sky Pass, with over 30 territory lords being killed and a huge chunk of their territory being occupied. Be that as it may, this plan could not be implemented twice. Furthermore, most of the universe cave heavens outside Blue Sky Pass were either damaged or completely destroyed in the battle between the territory lords and the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, meaning they could no longer be used. The human race urgently needed a new tactic or weapon that could provide them with an edge over the Black Ink clan, one that was useful not just to Blue Sky Pass but to all Great Passes. That was the future that the evil-purging divine spear was designed to bring. If the purifying light brought by Xianxia gave the human race the possibility of going on the offense, then the birth of the evil-purging divine spear would turn this possibility into reality. Of course, the prerequisite was that Grandmaster Ma Fan could further improve the spear. After separating from the old man, Xianxia returned to Dawn's station. The last time they had returned from a hunting mission was only 2 months ago, so there was still a lot of time before they deployed again. Naturally, Xianxia couldn't afford to waste any time. He had never slacked off in his cultivation, but the time required to rise from the beginning of the Seventh Order to the Eighth Order was measured in millennia, so there was no time to waste. Time quickly passed by and several months went by in a flash. Dawn's hunting rotation had arrived, so its members exited their retreat and quickly convened. Xianxia then personally went to the army headquarters to report in. This was a necessary process before executing any mission. The forward base could only coordinate everyone's efforts if they were in control of the movements of every squad, so one could not simply leave at will. Entering Zhong Liang's office in the army headquarters, Xianxia cupped his fist. "Sir, Dawn requests permission to deploy for a hunting mission." Zhong Liang, who was neck-deep in paperwork behind the desk, tossed a jade slip straight to Xianxia without even raising his head. Catching the jade slip and reading it, Xianxia was pretty taken aback and asked, "Sir, isn't this place a bit too far?" Recorded in the jade slip was the area that Dawn would be responsible for this time. Every time a squad came to accept a mission, the army headquarters would assign a region of the void to the squad leader. After all, every action executed outside the base needed to have a certain order. Otherwise, if a bunch of squads were acting in one area, no one would be responsible for the other areas. The region Zhong Liang had assigned to the Dawn this time was quite deep into enemy territory, a place Dawn had never been before and one that was quite close to the Black Ink clan's territory. Such a position meant more military merits, but it also carried corresponding risks. Zhong Liang looked up at him and asked, "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Xianxia immediately became stubborn. "Afraid? My Dawn has earned the greatest amount of military merits in the past few decades. We didn't back down even when we were up against tens of thousands of Black Ink clansmen, and even returned in triumph. When have we ever been afraid?" Zhong Liang snorted. "Since you're not afraid, why are you being so long-winded?" Xianxia stated, smiling. "This junior just wants to know if there is any deeper meaning behind the army headquarters deployment. After all, no one has ever been sent to this place before." Zhong Liang snickered. "What kind of deeper meaning could there be? What nonsense have you been thinking all day? Just because no one has been to this place before doesn't mean no one will ever go there. In fact, several squads are carrying out missions there right now. If your dawn is late, I'm afraid you won't even get a sip of soup. Which squads are so reckless? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Zhong Liang impatiently rebuked. What does that have to do with you? Are you going or not? If not, I'll send another squad. All right, we'll go. Quickly putting away the jade slip, Yang Kai bowed to Zhong Liang and left. This brat is as sharp as ever. Did he notice something? Other squad leaders didn't even ask any questions. Someone suddenly walked out from the shadows and muttered. It was none other than the Southern Army commander. Liang Yulong Zhong Liang didn't even bat an eye. What can he notice? It's nothing more than curiosity. Liang Yulong asked, Are you really not going to explain the deployment to them? Zhong Liang replied, shaking his head. No need. To deceive your enemies, you must first deceive your allies. There is no need to tell them the truth, it'll be fine. Liang Yulong couldn't help but worry. That might be the case, the ones deployed there are all elite squads, but if something does happen to them, wouldn't your overall force suffer as a result? Zhong Liang leaned back in his chair and indifferently stated, What's the point of mourning for them? Life and death are perfectly normal in this damned place. If you can't accept it, this place is not suitable for you. Moreover, it's precisely because they're all elites that we deployed them. Otherwise, how could they possibly succeed? Liang Yulong lightly sighed. Zhong Liang stood up and continued. The bait has been cast. It all depends on whether the Black Ink clan takes it or not. I'm afraid a big battle will break out very soon, and only by winning it will the forward base become completely stable. This is a matter of great importance, so we should make all the preparations we can. In the void, dawning light sailed forward towards the hunting region. After half a year of rest, the squad members were all in high spirits and quite enthusiastic for their next mission. Dawning light was extremely fast, but as the region they were deployed to was quite far, it still took them 10 days to arrive after leaving the forward base. There was no fixed requirement for the mission this time, so the squads assigned here would just search around and kill any Black Ink clansmen they ran into. As a result, most of the time there was nothing much to do. After several dozen years of hunting, the Black Ink clan had suffered a great loss of manpower and no longer dared to easily show their faces. Although they were recently showing signs of rising from the ashes, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was going to be the last counterattack the Black Ink clan made. The area where Dawn was deployed for the mission was a place they had never been to before, so there were many enemies here. In fact, they had run into several groups of Black Ink clansmen in the span of a few days, though their numbers weren't high. These scattered enemies were completely powerless before Dawn. Today, while Dawn was searching for more prey, Yang Kai, who was standing on the deck, suddenly turned his head, looking in a certain direction. He carefully sensed for a moment before making a gesture towards that direction. The squad member responsible for steering immediately adjusted Dawning Light's course. The squad members also gathered around, performing their respective duties. Feng Ying stood beside Yang Kai and gazed ahead. Squad leader, is something wrong? Both might be 7th Order masters and Feng Ying may be just on the verge of breaking through to the 8th Order. But when it came to the divine senses, she was still lacking compared to Yang Kai. So, while Yang Kai might have discovered something, she might not have been able to detect it. Yang Kai replied with a slight nod. Some people should be fighting there. Feng Ying understood. Other squads. It should be. Feng Ying's expression became somewhat unusual. Squad leader, it's not polite to steal other people's kills. Yang Kai broke into laughter as he gave an excuse. We're just going there to watch, we won't be snatching anything. But, if there's an opponent they can't handle as fellow soldiers of Blue Sky Pass, we should help them. Shouldn't we? Feng Ying couldn't help but sigh. Not long after, they spotted swirling black ink clouds ahead. A large number of Black Ink clansmen happened to be fleeing towards them from these black ink clouds in panic, like stray dogs. They looked as if they were being chased by a tide of ferocious beasts. More importantly, several among them were feudal lords as well. Standing on the deck, Shineo broke into joyous laughter when he focused his gaze ahead. Great! There are hundreds of them. There were several hundred Black Ink clansmen, including a few feudal lords. It was a force to reckon with, and an ordinary squad might not be able to take them down, making fleeing their only option. But at this moment, this fearsome enemy force was being chased and forced to flee. It was obvious that the group pursuing them was quite strong. Xianxia did not need to use his brain to tell that it was one of the special operations squads. There was more than one special operations squad like Dawn in Blue Sky Pass. In fact, there were a few of them. Of course, based on the time they were established, all these squads were veterans. There weren't many such squads like this, but each one was capable of carrying out important tasks that other squads couldn't. Before the appearance of the Dawn, these special operations squads were always competing with each other. But in just a few short decades, Dawn's presence became like a mountain pressing down on their heads, making it hard for them to breathe. It was not surprising either, as Dawn had obtained far more military merits than any of their squads in the 2 wars fought in the past 100 years. All of them felt suffocated because of this. During the hunting missions assigned at the forward base, every squad went all out in order to win this round, so that a newcomer, Dawn, would know that the honor of their seniors could not be shaken. Are we going to steal or not? Although Ning Qizhi was asking Xianxia, the expression on his face obviously said that he was itching to have a go. Xianxia was well aware of the secret rivalry between the special operations squads and Dawn, but he never cared about it. Strictly speaking, Dawn and the other squads' military merits gained from killing enemies on the battlefield were almost the same. Be that as it may, Dawn had acquired enormous military merits from other sources, such as the void yin-yang mirrors Xianxia had introduced, and Zhu Feng Territory Lord, whom he and Bai Yi killed together. There were also those kills obtained when Xianxia took Dawn into the various universe cave heavens and paradises during the 100-year plan not long ago. These military merits still belonged to Dawn, so it appeared that their military merits far surpassed the other special operations squads after each great battle, allowing them to firmly occupy first place in the merit hall. The military merits gained during the current hunting mission weren't much, basically on par with other squads, so the rankings in the merit hall were constantly fluctuating for the recent period. The higher-ups were also aware of this rivalry, but they had no intention of stopping them. This kind of contest was not a big deal. In fact, it motivated the soldiers to kill even more enemies. Stealing others' prey was a common occurrence in hunting missions, but it was basically always Dawn doing the stealing. The Black Ink clansmen targeted by Dawn were simply unable to escape from Xianxia's space principles, giving them a distinct edge. That was why Ning Qizhi asked this question. Xianxia immediately replied, "What's stealing? My Dawn's reputation has been ruined by you. Do you know what those other squads called us? They call us gadflies, insects that specialize in sucking blood, even the blood of our fellow comrades. How disgraceful!" Shin Ao silently circulated his strength, reminding, "Squad leader, although Dawning Light has a concealment array around it, it has a distance limit. Any closer and this group of Black Ink clansmen will likely discover us. Furthermore, you should have already noticed that these Black Ink clansmen are fleeing in a panic. The squad behind them wouldn't be able to catch them even if they wanted to. What's more, it's highly likely that it's the old turtles. If we ignore them, these Black Ink clansmen may very well escape." Hearing this, Xianxia agreed with a nod. "You make a good point. Since that's the case, we can only take action." As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed forward and shouted, "Kill them!" The squad members were already prepared, so as soon as Xianxia gave the order, the warship began to hum as a series of spirit arrays were activated one after another, energizing the ship's artifacts. The next moment, beams of light shot straight towards the fleeing Black Ink clansmen, one after another. Many of the Black Ink clansmen turned pale with fright. They had never imagined that there would be another human warship blocking their way, and, in a flash, they suffered heavy casualties. The salvo of attacks instantly destroyed the Black Ink clan formation. After launching the initial attacks, Dawning Light charged straight into the center of the enemy forces like a bolt of lightning before the Seventh Order Masters leapt out of the ship and unleashed their divine abilities. The Black Ink clansmen numbered in hundreds, but in front of the Dawn, they were still not enough. Forget Dawn, Xianxia alone could take care of this many enemies without an issue. In just a few dozen breaths, all of the Black Ink clansmen had breathed their last breath, with not a single one escaping. It was only at this moment that a warship finally flew over from the direction the Black Ink clan had fled. This warship style was quite different from Dawning Light's. Dawning Light had undergone several major modifications, although most of them were at the expense of Yang Kai's military merits as they were still being managed by Feng Ying. As a woman, she had her own sense of aesthetics, so Dawning Light's overall appearance was quite sleek and refined while having various performance upgrades. The warship that had just arrived was quite different. At first glance, it looked rough and crude. Rather than a warship, it looked more like a mobile fortress. There were over a dozen miscellaneous artifacts on the deck, all of which were offensive artifacts. On top of that, there was a thick and solid shielding that looked like a turtle shell on the top of the warship. Just as Feng Ying had her own sense of style, the other special operations squads modified their warships according to their unique tastes. Unlike Dawning Light's performance upgrades, this warship focused more on overwhelming offense and defense. The dozen or so artifacts installed on the deck were quite terrifying, and the protective barrier over it provided quite a strong defense. A warship like this was much stronger than the Dawning Light in both offense and defense, but due to focusing on these aspects, its speed suffered greatly. Of all the special operations squads, this one's warship was by far the slowest, earning them the moniker Old Turtles. Just like how Dawn had gained the moniker Gadflies, there was also the Breeze Squad, whose warship's features were the complete opposite of the Old Turtles. They had greatly enhanced their speed while sacrificing their offense and defense capabilities. The other squads often ridiculed them for killing their enemies just like a breeze blowing on one's face. Basically, the Black Ink clan simply treated them as nothing more than tickles. Apart from them, there were also the Wild Boar Squad, who would charge straight like wild boars without any sense of strategy. They would plunge straight in wherever there were more people, often throwing their own allies into disorder while pushing their enemies to their wits' ends. Finally, there was the Water Snake Squad, which was basically a balanced force, but since everyone else had aliases, they could be no exception. Since their warship had the character Dragon engraved on it, they were called the Water Snakes by the other squads. In the entire Blue Sky Pass, there were only 5 special operations squads, and they constantly fought each other over military merits openly and secretly. Their sight had even gained quite a bit of notoriety. The Old Turtles arrived late, with Chai Fong, their squad leader, standing on the deck. His heart ached when he saw the Black Ink clan corpses littered across the void and snapped, "It really is you gadflies. Look at what you've done." Yang Kai chuckled, "Senior brother Chai, you sure came quickly." This group of Black Ink clansmen were running away, and this junior brother was afraid that you wouldn't be able to catch up. So I had to intervene and take care of them on your behalf. "No need to thank me." Chai Fong gnashed his teeth and glared at him. "Thank you my ass. Why did you come here? Weren't you still resting?" Since the Black Ink clansmen were already dead, there was nothing they could say that could change the situation. What he couldn't figure out was why the gadflies had been sent here. "We've finished resting." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and stroked the side of the ship, his body leaning slightly. "As for why we're here, it's naturally at the orders of the army commander." "Why? Is Senior Brother Chai afraid that my Dawn will wipe out all the Black Ink clansmen here, and you won't get any kills? How about we work together then? Dawn will eat the meat, and you can drink the soup." Chai Fong immediately spat in disdain. "Forget it. I'm afraid we won't even be able to get a single sip if I work with you gadflies." He cupped his fist and bid goodbye. "Farewell. I hope we never meet again." Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly thought of something and turned to Yang Kai. "Where are you going?" A mischievous smile bloomed on Yang Kai's lips. "We have no fixed direction. We are just roaming around here and there." Chai Fong's jaw clenched as he pointed in a certain direction. "We're going this way. Fuck off as far as you can from us." A short while later, the Old Turtle's warship flew in the direction Chai Fong had pointed and soon disappeared. "I heard that one of their members just advanced to the 7th Order a few years back. I guess the rumors are true. They have 8 7th Order masters now," Feng Ying suddenly stated. Dawn's roster was quite distinguished compared to ordinary squads, with a total of 37 members, 6 of whom were 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. In fact, there were only 5 of them at first, but later, when Yang Kai brought Bai Yi back, Zhong Liang assigned her to Dawn. increasing the count to 6. Since even a new special operations squad like Dawn had such a distinguished roster, the other elite squads would naturally be better. After all, they were established many centuries back. The number of members the other 4 special operations squads had was basically 50. Furthermore, the members of these squads would often advance, which was why they had so many 7th Order Masters. 8 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters wasn't even the largest number among the special operations squads. The Water Snakes had 10. At first, there were more than 10, but even for a special operations squad, having 10 7th Order Masters was already a bit too much. So, whenever another member of their advanced to the 7th Order, he or she would be assigned to another squad. In terms of the number of 7th Order Masters, Dawn had the least among the 5 special operations squads. Even so, their military merits from hunting missions were not inferior to others. With a combat power like Xianxia's added to the mix, which couldn't be calculated according to normal standards, their kills were naturally no less than other squads. Not to mention Xianxia, Fengying, and Bai Yi were both among the top elites of the 7th Order Masters. In fact, among all the 7th Order Masters in Blue Sky Pass, aside from Xianxia, Fengying could be said to be the strongest. As for Bai Yi, her proficiency in the Tao of archery made her unmatched in long-range combat. Xianxia smiled and stated, "We should focus on ourselves. Our Dawn does not need to compete with others in terms of the number of 7th Order Masters. On that note, Senior Sister Feng, you should advance when you are ready. You don't need to worry about anything. In this damned place, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master is much more valuable than a 7th Order one." Fengying had reached the absolute peak of the 7th Order a long time ago, so her next step would be to break through to the 8th Order. However, no one could help her in this matter. She could only rely on herself. Hearing this, she replied with a nod, "I don't have any worries. Although there is competition between the various squads, that's a good thing. As for me, I still need some time to prepare. In the matters of cultivation, one's own state of mind was the most important. Since Fengying was so meticulous, Xianxia naturally wouldn't add anything." Following this small event, Dawn continued with its hunting mission in their designated area. According to the past rules, such missions would be carried out for half a year. 2 months later, dawning light was flying across the void. Xianxia was standing on the deck, using his divine sense to search for the enemy, when Fengying suddenly approached him and reported, "Squad leader, there's something wrong. You also felt so?" Xianxia looked at her. Fengying added, "Obviously, this region has never been explored before, and the Black Ink clan is quite active here. If it was our Dawn as the vanguard, it would be reasonable as we have a higher degree of strength and thus a better chance of surviving. But apart from Dawn, the Old Turtles, Breeze, and Wild Boars are all here. Of the 5 special operations squads, only the Water Snakes aren't accounted for. Although we haven't run into them, it's very likely that they're also here. Why would the army commander deploy all the special operations squads here? Over the past 2 months, Dawn had been hunting here and there, so they naturally had a few run-ins with the other squads that were carrying out missions in this region. As Fengying had stated, of the 5 special operations squads of Blue Sky Pass, except for the Water Snakes, they had met all the others. This was obviously strange. It wasn't just Dawn who had noticed this, but the other squads also had similar doubts. Xianxia slightly furrowed his brow. He pondered on it for a moment before replying, "Since the army commander made such arrangements, there must be a deeper meaning behind it. Perhaps he could not say why, but it's also possible that we're overthinking things. It's entirely possible that because we've never explored this place before, we need special operations squads to act as scouts. Ordinary squads may not be able to protect themselves here. Even so, it's still quite strange." Fengying slowly shook her head. Xianxia dismissed her worries with a smile. "In any case, the most important thing we have to do is keep carrying out our mission. As for the rest, we'll cross that bridge when we reach it." While they were speaking, a faint aura fluctuation suddenly appeared from the depths of the void. These fluctuations were extremely strange in that they were quite noticeable even though they were so faint. Xianxia and Fengying immediately looked in the direction of their source. But these fluctuations disappeared as quickly as they had appeared, vanishing without a trace before the two of them could perceive anything. Yang Kai and Feng Ying looked at each other and could clearly see the surprise in each other's eyes. But even after waiting for a long time, nothing eventful happened. Just as the two settled down, the strange aura fluctuations appeared once more, this time even more obvious than before. Yang Kai's expression changed. Someone is breaking through? Feng Ying solemnly nodded her agreement. It seems so. Yang Kai immediately started cursing. Who is so eager to die? They actually dared to break through here? Don't they know it's better to return to the forward base and break through there? He might have said so, but he was also aware that if a cultivator really reached the point of breaking through, they might not have the time to find a suitable place to do so. For years, there had been many who had broken through directly on the battlefield. This was not intentional, but rather that it was easier to break through one's shackles and reach an epiphany when wandering the boundaries between life and death in battle with the Black Ink clan. Although one could use the universe transference law to instantly return to the forward base, if they did so, it was highly likely that they would disrupt or even interrupt their moment of enlightenment, which would be detrimental to their breakthrough. However, advancing in this region was simply too reckless. This place was too deep behind enemy lines, and the Black Ink clan was frequently active in this region. If they were disturbed while they were advancing, the consequences would be deadly. At the very least, if it was Yang Kai, he would definitely not have chosen to advance here and would have returned to the forward base. Be that as it may, there were always exceptions to everything. Although he was annoyed, Yang Kai had no choice but to turn dawning light around and rush towards the source of the aura. If they could sense the aura, so could the Black Ink clan, who were quite active in this region. In other words, this aura was as bright as the lighthouse in the dark night. The Black Ink clan would definitely not miss this great opportunity which dropped onto their doorstep. Along the way, the aura fluctuations became more frequent and more obvious. Obviously, it had reached a point where it could no longer be suppressed. Dawn's squad members could also sense the situation more clearly. On the deck, Yang Kai's face sank. Shin Ao was bewildered as he voiced his thoughts. Judging by the intensity, it doesn't seem like someone is breaking through to the Seventh Order, but rather, he didn't dare to say the rest, mainly because it was too outrageous. Everyone knew that advancing to the Seventh Order would not produce such strong energy fluctuations, which meant this disturbance had to be caused by someone advancing from the Seventh Order to the Eighth Order. Who is it? Yang Kai looked at Feng Ying. In Dawn, Feng Ying had the highest cultivation and most experience. Furthermore, Yang Kai had only been in Blue Sky Pass for a little over 100 years, while the rest of the Seventh Order Masters were rescued from the Black Ink clan's territory by Yang Kai. Only Feng Ying had constantly lived in Blue Sky Pass and thus had a deep understanding of its residents. Although there were many Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and there were many who were qualified to advance to the Eighth Order, there were only a few who were truly hovering at the threshold, so Feng Ying should be acquainted with them. After all, she too was counted among their ranks. She should be interacting with these others often. This seems to be Martial Uncle Xianxia's aura. Feng Ying slightly furrowed her brow. Xianxia. Yang Kai seemed to have heard his name. The one who fell from the Eighth Order to the Seventh Order because he sacrificed a large part of his small universe? Feng Ying nodded. That's him. How could it be him? Yang Kai was confused. Yang Kai had heard of him from Feng Ying's mouth during a casual conversation. But that was it. Before Yang Kai's arrival at Blue Sky Pass, the corruption of Black Ink strength was extremely harmful to the human race, and this kind of harm was not limited to Sixth Order and Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could be affected, though this happening was quite rare. Be that as it may, accidents were bound to happen during the lengthy war against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield. Thus, even Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could be corrupted by Black Ink strength. Xianxia was one of the few unfortunate ones. He was originally an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but when he was fighting against a Territory Lord, he was ambushed by another nearby Territory Lord and suffered heavy injuries. Although he had relied on his great strength to survive and escape, his small universe had been invaded by Black Ink strength already. In that intense battle, he had to cut off parts of his small universe 5 times, causing his order to drop from the Eighth Order to the Seventh Order. In fact, cutting off a part of one's small universe didn't necessarily mean that one's order would fall. Yang Kai had cut off a portion of his small universe because of the world spring, and doing so had caused his strength to fall, but his order did not regress. Most people would find themselves in similar situations when only one or two pieces of their small universe were cut off, but if they continued to do so, a drop in order was inevitable. Regression in order was very troublesome, as even after repairing one's small universe and rebuilding their foundation using a profound in-spirit fruit, the drop in order could not be reversed. One would need to cultivate again and find a chance to break through. Although there was no exact data on this process, according to the soldier's performance in the past, it was far more difficult for a cultivator to break through to the next order after they had been forced to cut off pieces of their small universe. Only 2 or 3 out of 10 people could successfully advance once again. If not for this, there wouldn't have been so many fifth-order open heaven realm masters in the past, even with a much more abundant supply of profound in-spirit fruits now than in the past. If those fruits could restore their order, all of them would have returned to the sixth-order open heaven realm. Xianxia's fall in the order was nearly 3,000 years ago. Although he had used a profound in-spirit fruit to repair his damaged small universe afterwards, he was still stuck in the seventh order. 3 millennia ago, Feng Ying had just arrived on the black ink battlefield. Although she had some understanding of Xianxia's situation, she wasn't very clear about it, and those in the past refrained from speaking about it. So no one knew exactly what happened back then. Nevertheless, Xianxia was an extremely special existence in Blue Sky Pass because he did not belong to any squad. Even when he fought against the Black Ink Clan army, he fought alone. Although he was currently only in the 7th order, he had the foundation of an 8th order master, so he was often able to display strength far beyond the 7th order. To a certain extent, he was almost on par with Yang Kai. "Are you sure it's him?" Yang Kai asked. Feng Ying nodded in confirmation. "Martial Uncle Xianxia is also from my blue sky paradise. When I first came to the Black Ink battlefield, I received some guidance from Martial Uncle. Although I have rarely interacted with him over these past few years, I will never forget his aura." It wasn't that Feng Ying didn't want to interact with him, but rather that Xianxia preferred to keep to himself like a lone wolf. He had a strange temperament and always fought alone before going into a secluded retreat. So, it was difficult to meet him even for Feng Ying. In fact, when I came to Blue Sky Pass, the Western Army commander was Martial Uncle Xianxia. After his cultivation fell, Martial Uncle Zhong Liang took over the position. Feng Ying added. At this moment, the matter of the Western Army commander was not on Yang Kai's mind. He had thought that some 6th order open heaven realm master was advancing to the 7th order, but by the looks of it, it was a 7th order open heaven realm master advancing to the 8th order. What should we do now? No matter what reason Xianxia had for staying in this region to advance, this fierce aura could not be concealed and would definitely attract the attention of countless Black Ink clansmen. Just like how the territory lords were the main force of the Black Ink clan, the 8th order open heaven realm masters were the backbone of the human race. Now that the balance between the number of 8th order masters and territory lords in the Blue Sky Theater had already been destroyed, how could the Black Ink clan just watch another 8th order human appear? Even if Yang Kai thought with his feet, he knew that a large number of Black Ink clansmen would soon be rushing over to interfere. Perhaps even some territory lords would make an appearance. Pondering for a moment, Yang Kai turned around and ordered, "Senior Brother Qi, I'll have to trouble you to return to the forward base and report this matter to the army commanders. Ask them to quickly send reinforcements." Qi Taichu also understood the gravity of the situation and immediately nodded in response. Yes. In a flash, he appeared outside Dawning Light as he used the universe transference law to return to the forward base. Yang Kai then turned to the other members and suggested, "A fierce battle is upon us, so all of you should quickly try to recover your strength. You may not have a chance to rest later." Everyone readily agreed. Dawning Light continued to fly forward, but Yang Kai still felt uneasy. Although he had asked Qi Taichu to return to the forward base to report and ask for reinforcements, only Qi Taichu could use Dawning Light's universe array to immediately return. Other soldiers could not do the same. Thus, even if an 8th order master was deployed, it would take at least 10 days for them to arrive.